Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Can you hear me now? Is there any sound? Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? I can be heard. That we give great thanks to Slots. I don't know why. It's showing on my end that I'm not muted. But on this epic Sunday, we will forge ahead, talking about the Scyldings Conference, recap, my view. Also, Western civilization is on the fire in France once again. We'll tell you what you need to know so that you can communicate it to your friends, family, and strangers in a way that is productive for white well-being. Of course, happy Independence Day to the once great United States of America, and your comments, calls, and questions. But then there's this. A poorly educated man's father passed away in his sleep. So in the morning, he called 911 to come pick up the body. The 911 operator told him that she would send someone out right away. Where do you live? Asked the operator. He replied, at the end of Eucalyptus Drive. The operator asked, can you spell that for me? There was a long pause, and finally he said, how about I drag him a few blocks and you can pick him up over on Oak Street?
No white guilt.
and we are going free. We are going free despite technical difficulties that had nothing to do with yours truly. It was showing on my end that nothing was muted, and I put it on mute. I took it off on mute. I put it on. Nobody could still hear me. Thanks to Slots, got to me right away. Lightning fast like the explosions in American families' front yard during Independence Day. It's great to see everybody on this glorious, glorious Sunday of gathering, going free in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where they are winning a war that we hope will end very soon. We hope will end very soon. But it's great to see you all in a happy day after. So we got before Independence Day and day after a Canada Day, or Dominion Day, I guess was the original name for it. And they didn't like that. But we don't give a what they like, right? How's Entropy doing? Is it not up and working yet either? Boy, we're having a couple technical difficulties. All we got to do is take a week off, down for a conference, and you come back and things don't want to work, even when they say that they're working. Oh, but it looks like it's working now. Let me know if you all have that on your end. And let me know if the question widget over there, also known as the Tall Kevin widget, is up and running as it should be. I placed a call. I placed an email, and we'll see if it's running as it's supposed to be. Well, you can go on over to Entropy, and you can financially gift there at a cost of 15% to you, which goes to the wonderful people over there at Entropy to run that magnificent free speech platform. And thanks to everybody who reached out to let me know that no audio was coming through. Thank you so much. Thank you. Share the stream. Like the stream. Share the stream. We are shadow banned. The Antiwhites don't like us. They don't want people to know. And we also face the challenge of being what people need rather than the heroin that they want. You know what I mean? We are the good food that they need rather than the heroin that they want. So we got to share, we got to work at this, and we got to continue saving the world from anti-whiteism so that we can put an end to this racial vendetta born out of anti-whiteism and coming for our civilization, our families, you personally. You can financially gift over there at Entropy, 15% cost to you, as I said. Perhaps you will be able to write questions or statements in the question widget. We shall see if that ends up working. You may also financially gift over at Cash App, which is off to my right, your left. You're over there somewhere. And thank you all. Hello to everybody. Over on Cash App, you can financially gift with cash money. Also with cryptocurrency. I don't know which types, but you can there. You can also financially gift over the course of this gathering with the D Live cryptocurrency, and over there on Odyssey with their little cryptocurrency, or on Odyssey with cash dollars. I'll keep my eye open to all of that as well. And you can, if you would like to financially gift with cryptocurrency anonymously, you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. No White Guilt. You can head on over there. Click on the financial gift tab, and you will find wallets that I use. Also, you will find a snail mail address where you can write, and then you can be in the thaumatological mailbag, of which there are several items today, and we'll be getting to those a little bit later in the thaumatological mailbag. Say that fast several times. But before we do that, we're going to celebrate, as it is the beginning of the month, we're going to celebrate all those in the honors roll call, as you all know. What's the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen? That, of course, are the individuals, many of whom financially gift throughout the month, but these are the individuals who financially gift without even thinking about it. Without even thinking about it, it's just automatically debited. They financially gift every month, and we have a lot of love for these people, so we're going to be getting out our raucous emojis. We're going to be getting loud and proud and raising the roof on this mother so we can celebrate these people here at the beginning, starting with the all-stars on the honors roll call. We'll save that coffee for just one moment. And we begin with the ultimate of all-stars, and that is, you know him well, ladies and gentlemen, raucous emojis, 007s for these people, little dinosaurs, little fireworks, especially fireworks today, Promethean healing. And now for the rest of the all-stars of the honors roll call, we have No White Guilt Clips over there. We also have Joseph is there. We have Final Blossom is over there. And we have User 111 is over there, as well as Mother of Victory is among the all-stars. in the honors roll call. And we will continue pressing ahead with the rest of the honors roll call. We have GDA is there. All-Star is there. Ben Kelly is there. So is Save Western Civilization Now is over there. Big saluting to everybody. King Petrus is over there. Brad C., the champion. Break out them raucous emojis. Break them out, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. We got to get fired up. We're going to get into some swashbuckling announcements that you are going to love here in just a moment. It's going to be amazing. Brad C., we have Happy Cat, because there's no sad cats in the building. Your LG is here with us. Defeat Deceit, I love it, is here with us. Fienar is here. Promethean Reckoning is here in the All-Stars. Tamara is here in the All-Stars. User 15BB is here. User 5E44 is here. Maverind is over here. Zanazak is over here. Mr. Walker getting a salute. Greg as well getting a salute. 00707s for these champions. Rounding out the honors roll call is Paul is over here. Great to see you. Riot Skid is here. Great to see you. WK Hendrickson. Names of champions in the atmosphere. God bless you, champ. Maximilian is here, and so is WRM 1090 here in the honors roll call. Remember, folks, let's get them out. Get out the 07s for the honors roll call. 007s, raucous emojis. People keeping the gears turning. It is the oil. It is the petrol that makes the motor run, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens here in society. God bless every single one of you in the honors roll call. Wonderful to have such heroes behind the push for white well-being, and we are the ones who are making the changes in the world. Have you noticed anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind, anti-white narrative, white erasure turning up everywhere, and it's getting more and more. There are folks who are part of like regular society. They're part of, you'll be allowed into regular society. You'll be allowed into pleasant company. You'll be allowed to hang out with the normal people when you use our lexicon, and we have proof of that again and again, and we got proof of it today, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to be allowed. You're not going to be able to change anything in the world when you are ostracized, when you are put outside the house of Western kind, and you look in from the coldness and you're shivering and you're like, but you got to be cold and you got to be without a job and without a family and without love and you got to be without it all because that means you're doing something. No, it means you're just a loser, that you have chosen a really ignorant path. And that is not what we do here, because our intent, despite what the pinky in the air folks say, first, last, coming in with that one, the pinky in the air, talking about those folks. You know who I'm talking about, the pinky in the air folks. You can't speak here. We're not going to let you speak here because we've been recording our demise all along, and you want to come in here and shake shit up? You want to come in here and change things in the world? Well, we can't allow that. We're just going to have misery, nothing but misery from here until the end of time. But no, we're going to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. First right off here, we're going to celebrate No White Guild clips on swashbuckling announcements. He's got a brand new clip. I got to pull that up before we wrap it up today. No White Guild clips video is absolutely, his most recent clip is absolutely magnificent. Give it up. Swashbuckling. Get out some flags. Get out some swashbuckling flags. Adorn our house in the flags of swash, because we are taking our world, our destiny back. No White Guild clips. I loved it, brother. I loved it. I turned it on. I saw it. I was like, oh my God. This is absolutely punching us in the race while we defend our abstractions. Have you seen that clip yet? I retweeted it. We got to get it up. It is so marvelous. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well done. We also want to celebrate adorning the house in the flags of swash, the great Yizz the Unifier, because I'm going to tell you, we're going to talk about her in a moment. She was like, a force of nature. I think the forces of nature are jealous of Yizz because she went through the Scyldings Conference like a hurricane, riding on top of a tornado while shaking the earth with an earthquake. It was amazing, ladies and gentlemen, everywhere. We'll talk about it. Also, keep it going. Swashbuckling for years. And we're going to show this video that she put together, about a 4-minute video, a little bit later later part of the stream during the announcements, because she has a show that comes on every Monday. You got to check it out. Discord and Dragons, ladies and gentlemen. You got to check it out. And she has marvelous guests on there. And one of those, Aiden Paladin, is a well-known personality in, you could say, the white sympathetic sphere, arguing against anti-white things, but never calling it that until finally, in this video, you hear Aiden saying, that's it. It's anti-whiteism. It's got to be called what it is. Yes, it's got to be called what it is. And we give great thanks to Aiden and to the great Yizz, the Unifier, for pleasantly, politely, morally, kindly pushing and encouraging the tools that empower us, the tools that empower those who fight back, who push back against anti-whiteism. So God bless. Wallpaper this place, ladies and gentlemen. Swash flags everywhere. God bless you, the great Yizz. I got a handful of others here I want to say I saw in the tweets, I saw on the Instagram, I saw on the Gabs. Make sure you tag me. I want to know what you're doing. If I don't name somebody and you see somebody kicking ass and you want me to name and celebrate them, I want to name and celebrate them. That's what I name here. I name big time. I name like you never heard naming done before, because I want to celebrate everybody who is kicking ass for white well-being, who's pushing back against anti-whiteism. And so let me know who's rocking it if I'm missing their names. But here are some names that I saw that are truly amazing. Dandy Westman, rocking like you wouldn't believe. Swashing like you wouldn't believe. And talk about a swash through a little bit later. Keep your eyes peeled, because we're going to have the one and only ForNull swashing through a little bit later in the gathering. It's going to be epic, I promise. It's going to be totally epic. Dandy Westman on Instagram, on Twitter, a marvel to watch. Overton Window Escapee on Twitter, I saw kicking ass. Seamus McCarthy, absolutely tirelessly at it. This person, that person, politely, calmly, bringing the message of white women. That's what we do here, folks. If somebody is new, if somebody comes in and they're like, no, these are just the commies, or these are just, okay, let me be the one who insults the commies. Let me be the bad guy. You can be the people saying commie. You can be the guy who, or the woman who comes in and says, yeah, Jason's hardcore. He's been doing this for decades, so he's a little impatient. But me, on the other hand, I understand where you're coming from. I understand why you would say it's the commies, it's the Reds. But really, I want you to think about it, because it's really the anti-white. So think about it for a while. You come back. Maybe we end up concurring on that. Awesome. Seamus McCarthy showing the way. Loving this guy. Shannon Oliver doing great things over there, I saw on Twitter. And Nocturnia, ladies and gentlemen. Nocturnia. Memes, energy, comments, responding to people, tweets, rocking it. Very impressed. Give it up for Nocturnia, loving the hard work that these folks are doing in service to white well-being. We got to celebrate, and we will celebrate, and we will continue to celebrate, because that's what we don't just get together in some sort of like insular. It would be a good thing, but we don't get together in just some sort of like an insular thing. We get together and we're in the woods and we're going to take a hike, and wasn't that nice? No, that's not where the world is changed. We're going to get together. We're going to stand on a street corner where people will drive by and hate us for being there with ugly signs and an ugly visage of ourselves, whatever it might be. We're going to say, no, that's not how you change things. This is where the dialogue is taking place. And there are people right now. There are people talking to content creators out there saying, Jason, you have to have this Jason guy on. You got to use this anti-whiteism. You got to use white erasure. Millions of subs. We are this close. We are going to bust through. We're going to bust through the dam, ladies and gentlemen. Content creators everywhere. The anti-whites aren't going to be able to stop it. They're not going to be able to stop it. And then all the haters, what are you haters going to say? You me-nots, what are you going to say then? They're going to say, oh, you did nothing. It was just self-evident all along. You did nothing. And then we'll say, shut your mouths. That's how I feel about them, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, the last swashbuckling announcement before we get to 20 seconds of some go free yourselves. we have the one and only Irish Christ, an interaction he had, ladies. Now, he's hardcore. And if he shows up on you and he's like, God damn it, be hardcore with me. You got to understand where he's coming from. You just, I get it. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there. Me and Irish Ice are going to have a competition trying to be, and we're already doing that. And he's doing a great job being nicer to folks, more encouragement. This guy gets out. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to celebrate a female anti-white creep took my white positive bait at a grocery store in North Delta yesterday and asked me and attacked me with the anti-white slur hate. This is up in Canada, our once great country of Canada, on fire once again. Literally, as France is literally on fire with the haters of Western kind. He writes on, I was calmly talking with a family friend about our victimization while sitting at a table inside the store when the anti-white turned around like the Exorcist girl. That's how she does it. That's how the anti-whites work. Head goes all the way around, puke shooting out of their mouths. And they're almost as good looking as the Exorcist girl. I mean, when she was like full gone demon, anti-whites are normally almost that good looking on the outside, because that's on the inside. That's how they always are. Let's see. Exorcist girl and said, quote, I hope you're not perpetuating hate. Can you believe this? I would so feel like verbally just bitch slapping her. I hope you're not perpetuating hate. Let me tell you, bitch. She goes on, it's very disappointing to hear. You know how women do, close quote. You know how females do this. You're disappointing me. Bitch, it's my standards you have to step to. Who the hell do you think you are? Telling me that you're disappointed in me. Shut your mouth. But he did better than that. He did better than that because he said, I immediately used the white magic phrase, quote, you can't assign white guilt to innocent Canadians, ma'am. Anti-whiteism isn't welcome in Canada. Expressing concern for Western kind's well-being isn't evil. Why are you being so anti-white? Imagine that. It's got a little bit more. I'm going to, for swash here, then we're going to go to some 10 seconds or 15 seconds or so of go free yourself to this bitch. Can you imagine that there you are, you're out in public, and then all of a sudden this thing, it's just like this thing. I don't have a face for it. I should have a face. Should have a mask. It's just almost like, yeah. She turns around. Anti-whiteism just spewing its evil out of her. It's like, yeah, yes, spreading hate. And then Irish Christ with a giant staff of power taps that thing on the ground. The earth shakes. The roof tears open. White magic pours in from the ceiling. I also told her that I had violated her anti-white morality. That's why she was so upset. I know everyone will like this because she literally started pulling the quote, my children are half white. I'm married to a white guy. I'm not anti-white. Yes, you are. That's when I laid it on. And I told her that if I was a member of another group, she wouldn't have dared talk to me the way she did. And that she did it because she is anti-white. I saw the fear growing in her eyes as she retreated and said, I'm very disappointed in you. She tried her little black magic spell one more time as she was retreating into the dark. She's like, disappointed. It doesn't work on us, bitch. Because we have the white magic of white well-being. I responded, quote, I'm also very ashamed of you for being so anti-white today, ma'am. I love it. He finishes up with this. Unfortunately, get this, after this defeating this troll that just appeared, just bloomed out of probably some defecation on the floor. This bloomed out of it. It just, this effluvia, this cloud came up and this woman formed out of this effluvium. And she's like, bleh. He defeats it with the white magic of white well-being. And then he gets out and he says, unfortunately, my mom's friend immediately abandoned me as soon as the social lynching started. And when I caught up, perfectly said too, because that's what it is, social lynching. That's what it is. That's what that woman, anti-white woman, was trying to do. And when I caught up with him in the parking lot, my mom's friend started villainy signaling hard, loudly expressing his opposition to me. Can you imagine? This is exactly what happens every single time for every one of us. I made sure to match his volume and told him that he was villainy signaling in front of the onlookers, so they would think he was, quote, the good white person for helping the anti-white victimize our community. So perfectly said. I'm loving it. I didn't allow him to leave the situation feeling that doing the anti-white thing was the right thing. It was a fantastic victory, and I hope everyone is putting Go Free to good use in their hometowns. Kip indeed, brother. And remember, whenever faced with anti-whites, whenever faced with those who claim to be friend and say, no, we don't want to use your concepts, we don't want to use, you can always just tell them to go free themselves. All right. As the fireworks go off in the closet, the family, typical. What an American day, huh? What an American day. The country is defeated, of course. It is in the hands of the anti-whites. It was defeated long before we were born. And we have to recognize that. We have to recognize where we are in the world if we are ever going to reclaim our destiny. And that begins within ourselves. It begins with the concepts that we use when we think, when we articulate our feelings to those around us. And you can see Irish Christ, a great example there of how he articulated these things. And the more you do that, the more powerful you will become. You have to speak, ladies and gentlemen, with these magic spells. We call them concepts. Maybe I should have just been calling them magic incantations all along. Maybe more people would say, oh, well, sign me up for that. It's magic incantation. Yes, that's what it is. It's a magic incantation because it changes the story in which you live. And by changing the story in which you live, you force those who seek to manipulate you to enter your story, a place where you have lane mines for them everywhere, where every decision they make, they step on something that undermines their effort to victimize us, Western kind, Western civilization, and we prove it again and again and again here in service to white well-being with the Go Free method. An energy, a heart, a love, a spirit that cannot be defeated, that answers to the sylvan trumpets of the Spirit of the West, who speaks to us if only we have ears for him. This conference we went to, it's great to see you all. This conference that we went to this past weekend, I was there. Rapunzel and Yizz, the Unifier, were there. And it was great. There was actually at least one other person there that I recognized. I won't say his name. He's not in our community. But I did not even talk to him. But I did see him there. But I'm going to be talking about this. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see how you all are doing very quickly. Talk about the conference, recap that conference a little bit, my opinions on it, my thoughts, what I experienced, the whole thing. Actually, it would do good if I would print out the document with all those notes on it, which I can do while I'm taking a look at all of you and seeing how you all are doing. If you have any questions or comments that you would just like to ask of me or put to me and not going to financially gift, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt, because it will turn a color for me and make me draw my attention to it rather than just trying to scan. I'm terrible at that, especially as things have gotten blurrier with these efforts, these absolutely underhanded, demonic efforts of the monitor companies and the printing machines to make everything blurry for me. It's obviously some other way to try to undermine the work that I'm doing. So, great to see all 115 of you here today. First Last is with us. Maximo is here. Spike is here. D. Smith is here. Simon is here. Great to see you, champ. Then we're going to discuss what's going on in France. I'm going to pull up the stories of what's happening over there, and we will have a little read through and discuss, because obviously, once again, there's a lot of conversation about this, not the least of which is problematic when trying to speak to friends, family, and strangers, is to go about this by calling it a race war. This is not what you want to say. And not only is it not what you want to say when trying to spread the love, hope, and redemption and to get folks to come together to push back against anti-whiteism, but it's just functionally not true. The streets are full of white anti-whites in France as well, who are participating as anti-white shock troops, anti-white terror troops. And that's what they are. They're not looters. They may steal as they commit their anti-white terrorism. They may loot as they commit their anti-white terrorism. But you know what else? They also wear shoes. Are you going to call them shoe wearers? I mean, how far will you allow the anti-whites to take you down the road of stupidity and asininity before you finally say, boy, I guess I'm not going to be able to succeed for myself and my people if I continue speaking with the language that is given to me by the anti-whites, right? Promethean Kitchen is with us. Great to see you. What's cooking in the Promethean Kitchen? What do you think about what happened in Russia? Do you think it's a, I guess, psyop, or do you think it's actually happened? I will get to that. Remind me. I will speak some to that. Samuski is here, just so no one is confused. That not that it matters, but I am Seamus McCarthy. That is, Samuski is Seamus McCarthy that we're celebrating for the swashbuckling efforts of his everywhere I turn. Turn around again and again, and he's there. Now remember, maybe you are there. There are people who are doing amazing things. Western Kind Art, I see in the live chat. Great to see you, sister. Doing amazing things. And where if I'm not tagged somewhere in the thread, I don't see. So don't get down. Don't think I don't like you. Don't think I'm ignoring you. I have to be able to see it, and that might tag me in it, and then I'll see your efforts, or have a friend. If you don't want to go that far, you're like, I don't know, I'm very British, and I don't want to have to do that. Then have someone else mention it to me, and I will absolutely celebrate you. Owning Anti-White Goblins says, is it too late to save France, or is there opportunities for outreach there? There are opportunities, absolutely. Everybody, we have people going free who are French, who live in France, wonderful, epic, heroic, magnificent Westmen, and they can push, and others can push from the outside. They have to hear what's going on, because remember, getting worse doesn't make anything get better. We can just look to countries that this has already happened to in the West who are well ahead of us. We can look to cities in our own area. We can look to states. We can look to provinces. We can look to towns where it is well ahead of other parts of the West. And you see, it doesn't get any better whatsoever for white people. It doesn't get any better, because as long as you live in there, does it get any better for the villains in the novel that you read? Everybody has read at least one novel, right? And there were bad guys in it. And did it ever get better for them? No, it never got better for them, because they were totally possessed by the author. You cannot remain in their story. You have to be in our own story. And we demonstrate that it works here with the Go Free method. Great question. And thank you for thinking about those folks. We have Biospirit of the West. The champion is here, and he's the first caller tonight. By the way, I saw the message. God bless you. Thank you so much, good brother. Biospirit of the West. And we will get to that call a little later. Oh, I just came across that clip. So we will be able to play that clip that the great No White Guilt Clips made. Spike is here. And Studio at Dinostorm is here. White Wolf with his great name. Wonderful to see you. Cool, Papa J Magic. Unstoppable, as are the tides and the seasons. Great to see you, brother. Jason is here. Wonderful name, my friend. Wonderful name. Franklin, the epic hero of all things, into a man who actually wears a cape because he's so heroic. Wonderful to see you, champ. Dax Aztec. Draco. Wonderful to see you as well. Pants is here. Fantastic. Crystal is here. Spike says, our lexicon is spreading and being used a lot more! Exclamation point. It's not spreading fast enough, in my opinion, though. It's not. We can keep pushing, and we can keep making it happen. And we are doing that, and we will keep pushing. And rest assured, the anti-whites, by anti-whites who call themselves conservatives, and they might be conservatives in numerous ways, they're pushing back hard. The abstractionists, we're going to be talking about some of them in just a moment relative to the Scyldings. A lot of wonderful people there, but they push back hard. So I'm going to try to provide the clearest image here. And of course, you have the ne'er-do-wells, Jay Spurgs, that want to push back all the time. And the best thing to do is just to mock the shit out of them, by the way. You can do this for all these people. We've already made all of the arguments. Now, just talk for them. Put it in quotes as though you're speaking for them, and then just give their positions as retardedly as they present them and laugh at them. That's all they deserve anymore. Sick of it. Sick of it. Had it up to here. Who else is here? Matt is here. Machiavelli sucks. TJ is here. The great Elaine Sabatino is here. Brent, the truly dangerous, is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. Tim is here. Hello. And David, both heroes in service to white well-being. Thank you to everybody for celebrating. Says, let's see, Linian says, where is your Streamlabs link? I don't think there is one. You got to head on over to not Streamlabs banned me, right? Weren't they one of the platforms that did? I don't think you can over there. So Entropy or Cash App or any of these others. Southern Bloom is here. Wonderful to see you, sister. The great Sloths. Sloth says, real, no white guilt is a namer of heroes. Real, true, based, not acidic, based. That's how nerdy we are here. Not acidic, based, namer of heroes. Masumik is here. And where is Spud? Where is the dear sister? Hello to you. The Earl of Star is here. Good evening to you. Wonderful to have you. In service to white well-being, Krakens is here. Wonderful to have you as well. Mr. Jones. Welcome, Mr. Jones. Sounds like the beginning of a novel, doesn't it? How does that go? Welcome, Mr. Jones. How does that? Maybe it's a story. It's a short story. How does that play out? Starts off with the sentence, welcome, Mr. Jones. Said like that. D. Smith says, are you on Gab? I sure am. Although it's crazy that it's crazy. Even on Gab, it feels like people don't, on all of these platforms, all these alternative platforms, nothing like YouTube used to be, where you got these great suggestions. It's like they definitely have their fingers in the pie. They're like, who do I like as I control? It's just ridiculous. They try to, well, no, we've got these alternatives. We got these alternatives and we can get our voices out. Voices out. They're like, oh, we like that one and we like that one and all the others you won't hear about. Susie's here. Great to see you. Yes, Bud Ruckus. I see you now. Elaine says, no white guilt is changing the paradigm. Nancy Drew, hello, sister. She says, hello, no white guilt and family. Applause. Cool Papa J Magic definitely deserves praise. I know. Isn't he amazing? Western Kind Art says this. She goes on, this guy is all over YouTube. His comments start fruitful conversation too. What a hero. Let's get out some 07s for both Cool Papa J Magic and some swash flags. Let's get that man some swash flags. I want to see some pirate swashing flags, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we got for a swash flag is the pirate flag. Although swashbucklers come in a variety of forms. We like to throw the flag up there, and we do that. We're going to do it also for Western Kind Art, for pointing it out. So we're going to celebrate those who are doing the good and celebrate those who point out those who are doing the good. And I know it's true, Western Kind Art. I see him. It's amazing. And the guy's going back, like watching every single video like Franklin did. Franklin's like, well, I've watched them all twice so far. And I was like, Holy hell. Amazing. Rad Entertainment is here. Hello, brother, and welcome. Things are getting better for us, folks. They're getting better. We went to this conference. What would you like to hear about the conference? What would you like to know? Have you all heard of Scyldings before? When it comes to France, I'm not exactly surprised, says Promethean Kitchen. This is what happens when you have multiracial cities everywhere. Yep. Brand Danger's writing here, Jason's talking about creating a new narrative in which anti-whites gain the perception that allows them to see the anti-whiteism that's been steeped in and can then drop the dominant AW narrative. Exactly. Thank you so much, champ. All right. Make sure you like the stream so that we can spread this gathering, the Sunday gathering, to as many people as possible. Thank you all for celebrating. Let's have a look at some of my notes from, we were at a little place in Tennessee. That's where this was held. A little place in Tennessee. Tennessee Byway. How does that song go? I'm not quite ready. My throat is not there. We're almost there. We're getting there. Maybe it'll be soon. We were in near Memphis at this conference, and it was a lovely little place, this conference. And so the Scyldings, and Yizz is in the live chat, so she'll be able to provide some info as well and some clarification. I see White Student Transmission is with us. Great to see you, brother. And so this is a group, and this is their second conference, started in the UK, and it seems, and correct me again, Yizz, where I'm wrong, and some of the Americans that attended the event in the UK, and who is kind of the godfather of this, Yizz? Who's kind of in the UK? So we can kind of put people on track when it comes to the conference and what they're really looking at, who they're really thinking about. Is it Sargon? I believe Sargon is kind of the, well, she's academic agent. Okay. Academic agent, and Sargon's up there somewhere, right? David says the conference sounds interesting. And so, like many conferences, like many of these groupings that I've been to, hundreds of meetings, conferences over the years. I mean, you could probably, I guess, who knows how many, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And there are people who come together with various degrees of awareness of what's happening to us. And this is in what we would call the white sympathetic sphere. And these folks are, the majority of them, not all of them, I think are implicitly white sympathetic. But there are some explicitly white sympathetic folk. But like so many of these conferences, they come together, people pushing back against the victimization, pushing back against the norms and mores of Western civilization being destroyed and shredded, our literal institutions, our literal halls of records, like we'll talk about there in Marseille, the anti-white terror troops, terrorists, anti-white terrorists burning down a hall of records known as a library, a big, beautiful library. Or was it in Marseille or was it in that other city? Targeting those places. We'll talk about why they target those places. What's really this all about? Is it about the Arab man that was, what was he, 17 or something? Young man, I guess I should say, that was using his automobile potentially as a weapon and got shot in the process. Not about that. Not about that. Just another pretext. Just like all of these things, endless pretext. So, I mean, it's a great point here to make, the connection between France and what's happening to Westman and Western civilization there, the target, and Scyldings, just a stone's throw earlier in time event down in Tennessee outside of Memphis. And because these are folks who come out, they see what's happening, they see the deterioration of the norms and the values, they see the deterioration of the institutions, they see things, as we call it, being white erased. And they want to come together. And ultimately, as has always been the case, you have a content creator or more, and it usually will multiply into several content creators. Sometimes you have a central content creator that is the focus. So all of these, in a way, are cults of personality. People follow a content creator. So you can think back to even before the internet was robust enough for this sort of thing. You can think back to groups like American Renaissance. And so you have like a central content creator there, Jared Taylor. People are reading his work. You have some contributors, but they're lesser lights. The audience wants to come together to talk about these things in person. They hold a conference. They charge people to come to the conference. And that's really what this is. And the question is, and this is the question that I went to this conference with, and I'll be telling you, the good points and the bad points, in my opinion, of course, is that are these things designed? And I know that there's going to be a Fuentes conference coming up again, and there's going to be all of these things. When you break it down, when you unpack what's actually happening, are they ever working to resolve the problems that we face in society? The problems we face personally, the problems we face psychologically, ourselves, the problems we face spiritually, ourselves, and then beyond us, the problems we face familially, the family, the greater family, the town, the state, the race. All of these things, are they being addressed? The threats, are they being addressed? Or do you have content creators who revel in the aggrandizement, revel in the opportunity to speak to an audience who will applaud them and who will celebrate them and who will approach them before and after their speeches and tell them how bright they are and have intellectually stimulating conversations that I have referred to for a very long time, you all will know, as pedantic prattling. And so this gross term, mental masturbation. And then maybe some financial reward from it for the content creator or creators, and then a retreat to wrap it up again for next year or 6 months later or whatever it is. And of course, the answer, when you soberly examine these things, is that it's always just to the service of the content creators. And the participants, which is what I'm about to say, is not to say that everybody is solely motivated, and there is probably nobody who is purely one way or the other. But the participants are really recreators. They are there for recreation, recreators. And the question really is, how do you resolve that problem of people showing up to engage in recreation that they find stimulating, i.e., talking with others about authors that they're reading, content creators that they're listening or watching to, and the subjects they address, and then opinions on authors, dead or alive, whether this author or that author meant this or that, or felt more this way or that way. These kinds of conversations are just fun for these people. Nobody is at these conferences pained discussing these things. It's very stimulating for them. And when put on the spot, and I can share you a couple conversations about attendees, when put directly on the spot, they will actually make pained faces when you suggest that they do things that can affect an outcome in the world. It's truly a revealing thing. Having said that, what can be done in these environments? Well, you can encourage these people, as the great Yizz, the unifier, is doing, to use the lexicon and dialectics. Because when people use the lexicon and dialectics, it changes the societal conversation so that it serves our objective of recapturing our destiny, which benefits everyone of all races in Western civilization, to put an end to anti-whiteism. With that little preamble, we rolled up to this lovely little place. I'm not going to give away the name. I don't know if they want to return. And got out of the car, and it was picturesque and smelled of sewage. It was a very, very strange experience to have this visually picturesque setting that smelled like sewage. But that's the way it was. And it was most warm, and perhaps that was lending to the sewage problem, the sewage odor. But it was a large conference. I don't know, maybe about 120, somewhere between maybe 120, 130 people, educated people, all of them, I believe, either autodidactic or by way of anti-white institutions, universities, colleges, the like. Everybody there concerned with what's going on in the world and our civilization, what we have created here, and able to predict, essentially, that France was, and what was happening in France was just a stone's throw away in time. The big themes of this get-together were the gatekeeping to keep argumentative people out of this group and out of their sort of subgroups, because this main Scyldings event seemed to be composed of people who were in like other little groupings where they were encouraging healthy things like getting together, getting your families together when you can, working on building connections in your local areas. So not just this reaching across a great many miles to come together, but building community where you are, which I think is a wonderful thing. And then living the stages of your life with these friends and rearing your children with their children. All wonderful things, many positive aspects of the suggestions, the arguments being made, and wonderful personalities there, good people there. Especially this guy, Stephen. And yes, I guess we could say is Stephen's last name. Maybe you could write it into the live chat. Really great guy. Had a great conversation with him. A very open guy. And also not a jealous guy. Because I did experience the jealousy there at Scyldings. I did experience that same that I experience when I've attended other conferences, which over the years, which has kept me out of the place where I could communicate, be given the respect and the lectern that could influence others. And we can get into why that is. Ultimately, it comes down to what I said a moment ago. Content creators. They are there for their aggrandizement. They are not there for the remedy of what pains us. I'm going to say it again. The content creators, organization leaders, they are not there for the cure. They do not view us as a team that is looking for the to use an American football analogy, the guy we can quick pitch to and run the ball down the field to the end zone. They're not there for that. If they were, I'm the no white guilt guy. And we, Team White Wellbeing, have changed the world. I would have been approached and asked to participate and speak at the next conference or something of this nature, and it didn't happen. I will tell you, I was approached many times, though, not by the speakers, content creators, with the exception of Steven, this marvelous human being, a wonderful person, a nice guy, a really normal, nice guy, and I could tell also a intelligent guy, but by the attendees. And I'll tell you about some of those because you're just going to be amazed, because they are the compliments that go to you, that go to Team White Wellbeing. I was there to receive those compliments on behalf of Team White Wellbeing. And those are the people we really have to meet. But you have to remember, we're in this tug of war. We're in this tug of war with these content creators and organization leaders who want these people's attention for their aggrandizement, who want their attention for their money, who want their attention for their subs, their likes, etc. And I can't say it enough. I'm going to keep repeating it because it has to be driven home what these things are ultimately about. And we can't look away from it. I know it's an uncomfortable thing, especially as white people. You know, there's something ugly in the room and you're like, oh, let's kind of look away from that. What? Did you see that girl who just walked into church today? She's got an arm coming out of the top of her head. Don't look at it. No, we've got to look at it. We've got to look at it and say, holy hell, that is one hell of an abnormality. You should get a job as an apple picker because that's going to work great. We've got to look at the ugliness. We cannot continue to ignore it. And this is a very ugly fact about resistance to anti-whiteism in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit. So they were talking, and I thought this was very interesting, about gatekeeping, and that's the word they used. This came up numerous times. Gatekeeping people out of the organization or out of the organizations within the Scyldings umbrella who are argumentative and problematic. They want erudite, intellectual conversation. They want to pursue threads of thought that might yield this kernel of good or that something, because those things are entertaining and fun to do. They want to do that. So they don't want people who are disruptive, people who are going to say, who are going to, as their words, as they put it, spurg out on some peculiarity of history, peculiarity of a philosopher. They want people who are more amenable, more people who will be a little bit more understanding and intellectually honest in having conversations about history and conversations about philosophers and conversations about religious philosophers, etc. Just to kind of draw a line between the two. The main word of the conference, in my opinion, from my observation, was entropic. And I've noticed this over all the years going to conferences, that the thinkers, the content creators who are getting aggrandized, they will settle upon a particular phrase, and it becomes like a phrase or a word, and there was a phrase there as well that everyone picks up, and you say it as sort of this phatic phrase. It kind of loses its meaning to a degree, and you just repeat it to identify yourself as one of the people in the know. You're one of the people who are reading these content creators, watching these content creators. You are simpatico. You have this connection. And I see it every single time. Entropic, the phrase was putting the woke away. And then the contrary argument that was made there was that the woke can't be put away. And so this was really in the mouths of everybody. I heard people saying it everywhere. It was in speeches for the people who talked about it. I think it was Dave the Distributist said, you can put the woke away. And then Orrin McIntyre from The Blaze said, you can't put the woke away. So putting the woke away was like the phrase of the conference. Entropic was the word, the system breaking down. and then whether or not the woke could be put away. There was also a lot of discussion about what books should be included in the canon for the participants. What people have to, and specifically, I believe for Catholics, but specifically, I've seen this in numerous, in fact, I was thinking it was every bit of 20 years ago when there was this huge push in these conferences. It went on for a few years about what books needed to be included in a canon for participants to have to read to understand and be up to speed. And I shared that with Rapunzel, that there were even conferences 20 years ago where they said, this is the pre-reading that you have to do before you come to the conference, or that, not that you have, that you should do. So just like a college class, a university class, this is like you read this before the conference begins, and then you'll be able to understand many of the concepts that will be discussed over the course of the conference. And there was this big push and pull about which books, and so years of this went by. Which books should patriots, nationalists, reactionaries, people who are pushing back against anti-whiteism, which books should they have to read? Can you imagine? Can you imagine anything more feckless and intellectual masturbatory than which books and how many books? And one of my friends, an older gentleman, he kept saying his position was there should be fewer books that people have to read before getting started. And I was already getting to the point of no books that people should have to read. How is this serving us? You're not going to make everybody an Immanuel Kant and say, well, you know, what did Yaki say? What would Nietzsche say? It's not going to recapture our destiny. These things really were for the serving the intellectuals. And, you know, over the years in these conferences, and I didn't see any sign of that whatsoever at this conference, but over the years at these conferences, or content creators, organization leaders, not only did they get money and praise, aggrandizement, but they also got sex. And so you can clearly see this palpable service to the personality. You can really see it in the Fuentes movement. You can really see it there. But this is everywhere. This is everywhere. Now and especially poignant here at the Scyldings, with as many people who came up to me, who saw me and did double takes. They couldn't believe it was me. They couldn't believe the real no white guilt was there. Wonderful, as Yizz rightly put and assessed, wonderful young men, bright young men in great professions, blue-collar professions, white-collar professions, young men who are ready to get ahead in the world and who are getting ahead because they're doers, because they're achievers, because they're thinkers. I saw a lot of this there. I saw guys who wanted to do things. I saw men who were saying, let's get together and let's rear families together, and really intent on doing it, really doing it and going to do it. And that's a wonderful, refreshing difference. A wonderful, and the conversations, albeit what I refer to as pedantic prattling, the majority of the conversations, not all. And in comparison to many other of the conferences that I've been to, I shared with some of these people, Stephen among them, where you have people coming together and there is a palpable doom. There is, not only are they doom documenting, which they did, they doom documented and doom dissected at Scyldings, but there was a larger helping than you normally get from other white sympathetic conferences of let's get our families together, let's rear happy children, and without talking about like worshiping a painter, and without talking about rehashing World War II, and without talking about, socialism of some sort of nationalist sort. All of these sort of like villain role playing things were absent. So this is not, you're not going to be able to hear from my description a nice, like, cut and dry, here is A, here's B. And you have like your A/B testing kind of a thing. You're not, it doesn't work that way in the real world. There were mixtures, there were overflow, there was overlap. And I'm sharing with you the good and the bad. And I'm not saying that the content creators are in it just for themselves. I'm not saying that I'm in their heads and I know that they just want aggrandizement, that they just want money, that they just want, financial reward, that they just want sex. I'm not saying that. I can only speak to what I see. I can only speak to what is obvious. The content creator standing in the middle of a circle of men and, laughing it up, sharing his intellectualisms and his jizzism, sharing these intellectualisms and then seeing me and then doing everything they can to stay away, seeing me and doing everything they can to keep the crowd's attention elsewhere, seeing me. And this is what I see at typical white sympathetic conferences. And as I said recently, more evidence, the damning evidence that especially the pinky in the air types as well, doing everything they can to prevent me and therefore Team White Wellbeing and the method that is changing the world from reaching the masses of our brothers and sisters. So discussing the canon as well. Can I say his name? Yizz? Or did you say his name about Stephen? Because I did actually write it down. And I presume he's fine with it. But, I got to be careful. Foster says, blessings to you all, coming at you currently from the hills of Southern Oregon. Blessings to you too, my friend. So, Stephen Carson, thank you, Yizz, was there, and he was the one of the leading lights, and intelligent guy, affable guy. He was there with his lovely wife. Was there? He came over to sit down with me and had a wonderful little conversation. He was asking, about the other conferences that I've been to, because I'd been to a great many. He knew that, and he wanted to know how that sort of compared. I shared to the best of my ability how those conferences compared as a group to the Scyldings Conference. Similarities to the Scyldings Conference over the years have been pro-Southern, as in Dixieland, some of those conferences, where they talked about things like abjuring the realm and creating communities here and there, and staying as much as you can away from mainstream media, but of course, unfortunately, now, all these years later, I can tell you that my predictions to those people back then have come to fruition. I'm sad to say that these efforts, their children could still get to media, they still could get access to malls and movies and etc., and they still went astray because they weren't inoculated against anti-whiteism. Telling people to believe in God, telling people to love Jesus Christ, telling people to love the European religious lore, telling the children to reject modernity, making intellectual arguments to them fails. Not for every child, but for most of them, fails. And then the ones that it fails for become the moral wormwood in the family. So they're the moral ones because they are there with the anti-white morality, the anti-white narrative, the moral imperative, and they're able to dominate the family, and those who disagree remain outsiders. That we cannot have. You need to be like Irish Christ. You need to be like our champs in your families. You need to be the moral agent in your family. Those who decide to stick with anti-whiteism need to be the ones that in those settings are the immoral actors. I want to say that Yizz And I'll tell you these kind of compliments and interactions that I had with these champs, participants. Yizz was truly, I don't want to make it sound less than it is by hyping it up hyperbolically and histrionically. Yizz, everybody that she was present for, that I began talking to, she leapt right in there, whether she had talked to them before or not. And she said, "This is Jason Kuna. It's the no white guilt guy." And she would say to the participant, if she knew their name, she would just introduce them. If she didn't, she said, "I'm sorry, I can't remember your name." They would give their name. We'd start a conversation. She would toss out the key concepts in the conversation in this extremely positive way, in this wholesome way, in this efficacious way. Get the conversation started, and she would move on to somebody else, or she would stay there and help to spur the conversation along, to help demonstrate where the bridges are, where the connections are between good folk who are attending or who are audience to content creators and organization leaders that are the participants under the umbrella of Scyldings. So creating those connections for us, so we knew where we could touch base, and also going out and grabbing people and bringing them over. It was truly amazing. She was staying up all night long, and then getting up on and just a literal couple hours of sleep, and there at the crack of dawn every day, spreading the lexicon, sharing the love, hope, and redemption of white well-being with these great guys. And there were really a lot of great guys that were there. She was 100% correct. And I was very happy to be able to attend. I would have been happier if she had been able to speak. She did, however, have like little micro opportunities when she asked questions. And I have to point out with great pride that our Yizz the Unifier here, when she asked questions of these so-called big-brained, and maybe they are, big brain. I don't read them, so maybe they are, though. Really big-brain intellectuals. She made them understand that they were up against somebody who had all of the intellectual ability to spar with them. And indeed, in more than one case, I watched her put them in their place. I watched her cause them to abandon the arguments that they made during their speeches. So really a truly remarkable effort by the great Yizz the Unifier. And we are blessed to have her in this community and to watch her work in person was a blessing. And I think what we should do, if not this week, Yizz, because we have another big roll-in coming up, but definitely next week, have you on for a roll-in, and we can get your thoughts about the conference, and give us another opportunity to talk about it, and talk about your recent article on Substack. And you can tell folks about that in the live chat as well. Fantastic article that she just wrote on why do we always lose? And does it have to be that way? So I was very impressed. There were a lot of guys there. I saw the Prudentialist, and we had him on this channel a couple years ago now. He spoke, gave a great speech. There were quite a few people who were I'm not joking here, not quite a few. There were a few people who were autistic into the very nearly unable to function autistic part of the spectrum. Just something I'm saying. The food was okay. The bacon was in the mornings was great. The eggs were terrible, powdered eggs. But the food was okay. The accommodations, the room was fine. I mean, it was adequate. Didn't spend very much time in the room. The shower had great pressure. I love that. When you have great pressure in the shower, nothing is more shitty than getting under like a drizzle, especially when it's running down from like a dirty looking shower head with all like the water deposits on it. And you're like, I feel like I'm bathing in a prison. No, great. And as I said, great scenery just out. Well, when you were in certain places where the wind was blowing really good, you couldn't quite smell the sewage or at all. And my nose, my olfactory system, not that great. So for it to be strong for me meant it was really there. The staff was very pleasant and a complimentary staff. And so I was very pleased with them, every aspect of the event. I thought it was put together a very well event, and especially for their second event, although I don't know if the organizers have put together other events under different titles. So it was put together very well, which is saying something coming from me because I've attended so many. There were a few tweaks that I would make, and if they were ever interested in having that conversation, I would be interested in having it with them to help them out. Because I see them, of course, as even though, and here is the ultimate, I guess, hammer. Even though they are abstractionists in a very big way, I'm sad to say, I would still be willing to maybe give a few tips if they were so interested. But otherwise, I think they're doing a beautiful job. They don't need my tips or suggestions. But I was not prepared for being received the way that I was. I had, let me see, what was the first one? It was a young man just out of college. And he was walking, looked my direction, looked away, and snapped his head back. And he said, "Oh my God, you're No White Guilt." And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "I just have to tell you, you enabled me to get through college." And then walked away. I thanked him. As best I could, but he was moving on. I guess he was doing something, but then he was telling somebody else that No White Guilt was there. And then another guy from college came, or was he still in college? Maybe he was. He came up and told me, great guy, came up and told me, and he said, when I saw you, I couldn't believe it was you. I asked, is that really the No White Guilt guy? Is he really here? And then confirmed that it was actually me. And he came over and told me that a clip that No White Guilt Clips had made had gone viral at his university. I'm not going to say which university it was. I don't know how much has to be kept secret. A big university. And that it went viral there and started university-wide debates and conversation. I had no knowledge of this whatsoever. Rest assured. And he said he couldn't remember exactly what was said in the clip, but it was utterly defensible. And that it enabled them to argue for white well-being at that university in a way that trounced the anti-whites. That every one of them came forward. They wanted to say, this is disgusting, this is whatever. They were automatically, because of the way that the Go Free method situates the lexicon and dialectics, they were automatically disadvantaged so that they looked like the villain, contending with what I had said. And by God, thank No White Guilt Clips for making these clips. And a big thank you to everybody who is sharing them. And a big, what in the hell's wrong with you if you are not following No White Guilt Clips and sharing his clips? Now, how many other universities have had a university-wide conversation get started in a way that beats the shit out of anti-whites. Not a conversation that gets started where those who push back against anti-whiteism look like the villains, but the content creator is pushed by the people who are getting beat because they can't do anything other than say, but look how smart our guy is. And then that guy maybe ends up going to give a speech at the university, or then it becomes known at the university that the students there are reading this content creator because he's so smart. No, they didn't even have to tell me. I didn't even know. They didn't have to go from classroom to classroom, conversation to conversation, debate to debate, saying, well, look how smart the no white guilt guy is. Because their power came from the concepts that they could wield. Their only tool, don't you get it? In all of these conversations, how many other universities has this happened at? How many other workplaces has this happened at? I had young men come up to me that were praising God for me and that they got to meet me. They're talking about you because they wouldn't know who the hell I was. Because when they are in their conversations in their workplaces and with their families and at their universities, they don't have to wield the tool. But look how smart Jared Taylor is. But look at all the research that Dr. D has done. But look at, that's the only tool they have. And then the names of these content creators get spread because that's it. But look at how feckless and how unable he is to physically defend himself. How smart he is, therefore. That's who gave us these ugly opinions that lose in contest with you. So you have to yield it up to me, this fallacy of appeal to authority. And they lose every time. Nobody had to reach out to me. Nobody had to reach out to No White Guilt Clips. Nobody had to reach out to somebody sharing him, retweeting him, regabbing him. Because what was shared was the power. What was shared were the tools to win. Rapunzel or Yizz, what were some of the other things that guys came up to me and said? I have so many wonderful men come up to me. And there were some guys with their wives and girlfriends. There weren't many women. I mean, it's to be expected at a basic white sympathetic conference, but there were some. Slot says, yelling is music to me when it's righteous and it drowns out evil. Exactly. Yeah, Yizz pointing out right now, a young man got a homestead. I know exactly what you're talking about. And he's got 3 or 4 kids. And both he and his wife are raising them with Go Free. The participants of this conference, the participants. Do you see the folks out there who are the aces in this class? We're in the advanced placement. We're the special forces. All right, we are the special forces. But those who are even at the peak, at the top of the special forces, are starting to put together what I'm talking about here. Reading between the lines of what I'm saying. The participants are the ones coming up to yours truly. I met some other great content creators, really friendly content. Can I say the content creators that were there, Yizz, that I met some good content creators there. And hopefully they'll come on over here and appear with me, and and hopefully they'll have me over on their platform, their channels, and what they're doing. We'll see. But as some good people. I'm trying to remember, folks. There were so many. There was another guy who came up to me, and he had like this quiet storm about him, about how much another participant, none of the celebrities are leading lights. Not the content creator from the white sympathetic sphere either. That was their more well-known one from explicit white sympathy. And he was utterly in awe about how successful the Go Free method is, and about how amazing it was to meet me in person. That it was like, what were the words? I gotta try to remember the exact phrase that this guy used, because there was really a quiet storm about him. He was like, oh my God. Now, and there were more. I'll share more with you, but I want to get to the point because I don't want to lose him. We get onto the French, what's happening in France. And we can touch back upon this as we go on. But well, first of all, let me say, everybody that came up that had the praise, that had and a lot of these guys were Christians, so they were thanking God, thanking Christ for me, and every one of those things is not about, and this is what's so very different about us. This is why it's not no white guilt over this entire university. And everybody's saying, no white guilt, and like it would if it were Fuentes or Jared Taylor, who give you nothing to work with. They give you nothing to say, so you just use them, the person, as an appeal to authority to say, I'm right because there's this popular guy or smart guy that said it. Every one of these cases where the people are like, my God, I can't believe I'm actually meeting you in person. I had no idea you were going to be here. Praise Jesus. And smart people, not like snake handler, like we know what you mean when we say like Bible thumper, snake handler, not these like empty-headed folks, like legitimate, upstanding people in their community, people who are going through the ranks in their career and in their community. That appreciation is for Team White Well-Being. I was just the guy there to receive it for us. I didn't see, and as you all know me, and it doesn't end. It's been this way forever and it'll never change. That I don't see any of this as aggrandizement for me, because I am on a team. I have always been on a team. That's why I've always been at odds with these other organizers and content creators, because I've always been on a team. I've always thought of us as a team moving toward the goal to recapture our destiny for our people. I was just there on behalf of the team. That's why I was the one hearing these statements. That's why I was the one there. And praise God to be able to bring to you the knowledge that these entire contests and victories happening in families, at work, at universities, without us even knowing, are happening everywhere. It's because of our work. And so what's the big, between the lines, the between the lines that I'm talking about here? And that is this, kind of personified in one of these young men. Great young man, handsome young man. And we were talking, and he said, He asked smart questions. Like, could you tell me how you see what's the big difference between like what you all do and what some of the explicit white sympathetic sphere does, and then what happens here at Scyldings? Could you explain the difference? And I explained the difference. I created like a little scenario. I said, I'm in a dentist's office in the waiting room. Scyldings is in the dentist office waiting room. Explicit white sympathetic sphere is there as well. And then there's a room full of people also waiting to see the dentist. And there's a commercial where a white woman is shown rejecting a white man who is slovenly, fat, yellow-teethed. And this is an actual toothpaste commercial, by the way, that I saw years ago. And instead, she gets arm in arm with a non-white man who's fit. He's got some white admixture, and you can see it in his face. Handsome, big, beautiful white teeth. And she's with him. Now, what would the explicit white sympathetic sphere guy say? He would almost assuredly say, the Jays did that. It's the Jays' fault, and the Jays are guilty throughout time. And look how many times the Jays, and I can talk to you about the Jays forever. Let me tell you how bad the Jays are. And then let me tell you how bad this other non-white group is. And let me tell you how do you feel? And I asked this young man, what do you think the room? You're knowledgeable about what the average person thinks out there in the world. We call them vagues. How would they respond to that? And the guy was like, they would be disgusted. They would want nothing to do with that person. They would probably look for a new dentist, or they would ask the dentist to not even work with that client. And then I said, if Scyldings were personified and they were there, they would start talking about an abstraction. They wouldn't directly talk about the races involved. They would talk about they, controllers who are above society, and they want to cause friction with different philosophical bents that ruin harmony in society or ruin social cohesion. And then, don't you know that this philosopher talked about social cohesion and the fabric of society? And they're aware of, in all of these complex abstractions, that's Scyldings. You see the same thing to various degrees and in various ways throughout the white sympathetic sphere that is implicit. Scyldings, they were kind of a little bit more, they were like, they're somewhere in between implicit and explicit white sympathy with their abstractions in their audience. I did not hear it from their speakers, their content creators. Perhaps I missed something, but I didn't hear it in the speeches. All right. In their membership, they were somewhere in between. And then I said, white well-being, team white well-being, the white well-being community, we would point out how evil it is to make white men look inferior to non-white men all the time, to make it look like white women always choose non-white men, that non-white men are always superior to white men. How would the audience respond then in that dentist office? And he concurred. In fact, he came to the conclusions himself. The abstractions would bounce off the majority of people in the room. They would not be impassioned to participate. There would not be any emotion, and that's what you need to get people fired up and to do things. It would be just this totally sort of emotionally denuded and intentionally emotionally denuded appeal. And so most of the people in the room would ignore, and the ones that would heed would be heeding more so for the intellectual masturbatory endeavor of it. And then when it came to us, he concluded, and in concurrence with us, that the radical anti-whites in the room would have to stay silent, because they would know that they would have to argue, well, it's good to do that to white people. It's good to make white men look inept and etc. Feckless, ballless, ugly. And that everybody else in the room would be able to agree, at least with my articulation, that it's legitimate that I am upset that white men are always portrayed as inept and ugly, and that some of them would totally agree with me. You couldn't take it away from me that this opinion of mine is legitimate. You couldn't say it's immoral. You couldn't say it's wrong. You'd either have to say that, well, it's a legitimate opinion to have, even if you don't want to speak up on it, or you don't want to, it's legitimate for this white man here to complain about that. Or you're going to be able to say, you're right. That's despicable. I'm sick of seeing it too. And in fact, I created that little narrative for him because I have been in scenarios waiting for my car, waiting for the doctor, waiting for the dentist, where I have pointed out something on a television or in a magazine, or whatever it is, to somebody beside me or the entirety of the room. This is despicable anti-whiteism. And I really wish they would stop this. This is ruining society. And the people in the room, they look up. I've not had anybody say they should wipe white people out. Here's the problem. And here's what we have to somehow get by. The young man then told me, and I put it to you all, the vast IQ resources that we have here in service to white well-being, the bravery and high IQ. The young man said, when I tried using anti-white and anti-whiteism, it worked every single time. Is he here? He's at Scyldings. So he found something that works every time he used it in conversation with anti-whites, that they call the woke. But he's not here. He's at Scyldings. Because he's still too much of a recreator. And that's what he needs to hear. He's still too much involved in the need for and the desire to engage in recreation. The endless, intellectually stimulating pursuit of what's going on. Who's behind it? How many ways can we look at it? Is there anything in the past that we can glean knowledge from? Do I have the right opinion about this philosopher or that philosopher? And the right opinion is the one that that is the group consensus. Still too much involved in that. And so the only conclusion that for me that I can come away from Scyldings with about this, it's a confirmation of a conclusion that I have had to draw again and again, sad to say, again and again, confirmation of a conclusion that I keep having to draw, because there are too many people who are out there who participate in these events and who are in live chats because it's fun. It's entertainment. There's nothing more to it. They don't want to change the world. They would like it to be changed. They would like for there to be change. But they don't even, many of them, I'm not saying all, because there's a percentage, but we have to have a sober understanding of what is actually possible with these other communities. How many people that are actually there. And I thought it was a larger percentage over the years. I kept thinking that I know they're indulging this, and I know they're an idea. I know they're LARPing as Nazis here or there, or I know they're playing a villain of this type or that type here or there, or they're stuck on what book should go in the canon here or there, and what philosopher can we look to here or there. But I thought incorrectly, and to great chagrin, if they saw something working, they would abandon all of this and participate. Not all of them, but a decent percentage would. And that number would be large enough that we would have that seats in the asses phenomenon, and that would draw people in, and that would draw people in, and it would be like, once you got the perpetual motion machine running, it's off to the races. But unfortunately, I want you all to count yourself as particularly special, because that's what I'm saying here ultimately, is that you are particularly special, unique individuals that are able to hear the voice of the West. Because you're not showing up for just intellectual masturbation. You're not showing up for this endless conversation about what's going on and who's behind it and how to remedy it and how many philosophers can dance on the head of a pin. You're here because you want to change things. Sadly, when you put the tools that work to recreators, and this idea that, and you see this in some circles in the white sympathetic sphere, that it's got to be fun. You got to make it fun. No, you got to make the revolution of thought a success, and then success is fun. You don't use this idea of it's got to be fun as this flaccid defense of recreation for recreation's sake. Because many of these folks, you can provide them with the tools, they can go out into the world and use them and win every time. But they're not starting GFCs, going free clubs. They might start clubs to discuss philosophers and politics and economic structures and how they organized families in Greece 1,000 years ago, and how they just on and on. There's an infinite amount of things to discuss and think and say to yourself, lie to yourself that you're doing something. So this is a hurdle we have to overcome. These were good people. Now there was there was one conversation that made me uncomfortable, and I got away from, because some joke was being made, and I'm not going to repeat it. But otherwise, these were good people. These were moral people, and who their expressed desire is to change. Well, is for them at Scyldings, under the Scyldings umbrella, the majority of them of the mind of surviving the collapse. There ain't going to be any surviving it. Understand what I'm saying when I say that. I don't mean that there aren't going to be people who make it through the bottleneck of Western civilization, and there aren't countries that are going to survive. I'm not saying that. You can't plan for a collapse and surviving after it. You're going to be eaten alive. The conditions for survival are created in the work that we are doing. The conditions for survival then will be there, however that plays out, to survive, however this plays out. You cannot plan for how you're going to hunker down, where you're going to hunker down, how you're going to rebuild. It is a preposterous notion as I see it. It's infinitely worse than South Africa. Because South Africa and the slaughter of us there is as bad as it is, but not as bad as it would be because the rest of the West, United States, UK, etc., are still functioning powers on the global stage. As that breaks down, we will be eaten alive in places like South Africa first. Every one of us. Rhodesia, every one of us. Peru, every one of us. There's no surviving the anarchy of the collapse of Western order, global Western order. It is something that content creators like to talk about because it's remote, like the end of days, but it's also nigh at all times. So you can scare the shit out of your readers or listeners and get their clicks, get their likes, get their payment, get their aggrandizement, sex even, and you never have to do a thing. And you can play righteous champion the entire time because it's far enough away, but ever nigh to always be able to speak to it. There's no surviving, in my opinion, the kind of collapse they're talking about surviving. There is only the creating of the conditions for survival now that we can make use of then. How might that look? There are a great many ways. And it's foolish to contemplate because you're not going to be able, of that multiplicity of possibilities, to pick one or several that are going to be right. And without these conditions established, that will matter at all. So we have to stay on this track. And I think that, I put to you all to think about how do we cross from where we are, and is it even possible? I mean, do we as Team White Wellbeing ever have conferences? Are there ever going to be enough of us showing up to participate in this to warrant the massive expenditure, the time, the trouble to get together in person on a big conference size scale? Is it ever going to be worth it? And if not the people who are attending, I mean, I'm not saying that we don't, put our hands to these people who participate in these different communities. I think we do, because we can communicate to them the lexicon and the dialectics for those who will pick them up. Now, granted, you'll have to keep touching them with it because they will keep abandoning the lexicon and dialectics of the Go Free method for the consensus locutions and arguments of the group that they're in. So many of the people who will say at Scyldings, anti-whiteism in a conversation with me, and you will immediately turn around and say wokeism and wokies in conversations with Scyldings, and then in conversations at university, in conversations with family, because that's the people they're recreating with. So success is fun. I've won. I was a star athlete, as many of you know, and I won many games as a member of the team in the final seconds of the game. You all have seen the photograph of me carried off the football field, running 60 plus yards for the winning touchdown after the time had expired. That is fun. We have to communicate the fun of winning, the fun of succeeding, and somehow in a way that it is more enticing than just thinking about the possibilities. You can imagine how easy it is, and you know how easy it is to sit back and just think. And somehow we have to overcome that. And then also, who else do we speak to? It says to me, and we're going to go to the French anti-white terror troops destroying Western civilization in France in just a moment. But it says to me that we have to get out of, or maybe, let me rephrase, put more of our time into gun clubs, dog clubs, hiking clubs, mountain climbing clubs, car clubs, motorcycle clubs, where we can find people who are not satisfying their recreation by way of endlessly contemplating the past, the future, the present. So that we can find people who want to work for white well-being, who want to sacrifice, who want to participate. Keeping our voices with these people at these kinds of conferences and groups, but at the same time, reaching out other places when and where we can. Because otherwise, we're not going to be able to compete member-wise, participant-wise with, isn't it fun to LARP as this? Or isn't it fun to think about what Nietzsche said? For me, no. For you, no. But for them, unfortunately, 15-second bumper, and we'll be right back. I'll take a look at what you all are saying. Montana Kid is here. He says, yes. Yizz is saying, I agree. We have to do real outreach, churches, social groups, work, charities, etc. Yeah, I mean, at bottom, we were, and let me pull up the French, the story right now on Reuters. Yeah, let's pull that up. Is Entropy working? Did anybody check it out? Can I move that and it stays or no? Yeah. At bottom, we have to still speak to these people, but you can't expect much when recreation. Oh, and the other thing I really wanted to share was some of these people, you could see some of the conversations I had, I mentioned earlier, that they were actually physically pained. You could see the pain on their faces when I would say, you've got to call it anti-whiteism. And one young man, he really contorted his face. He goes, that's just so ugly. And I said, what's ugly about it? I want to make sure he didn't mean like the word is ugly, you know? Well, pointing out the racial aspect of it. That's what he said. And it's a great demonstration of what we talk about all the time, that people want to talk about the abstraction because they're cowards. I mean, it's just the way it is. When you demonstrate for year upon year upon year that if you defend your race from their attack on your race, their punches are throwing at your race, face, you get it? You can succeed. But they find that too distasteful. They'll say, well, maybe distasteful. They'll say these sorts of things. But ultimately, at root, it's just cowardice, in my opinion. It's much safer to be this detached observer of abstractions and the here and now than it is to say, I mean, the guy even said, this one guy who really made the pain face, like, oh my God, I could never point out on the basis. And I kept saying, try it out, man. Just try it out. Try it out. But you can really see when they're not as good at hiding why they decide to use an abstraction rather than point out the reality of it, that they are frightened, very afraid. Doxastic says, let's see, no white guilt. I says, I'd use no white guilt and explain that the Woodlander is encouraging Brits to buy land away from the urban cities in the UK. Has he been setting up some trust for that purpose? Y'all are having a conversation. I don't know exactly what it is. JK160 is here. Great to see you, brother. The Earl says there were at least 160 people at the Patriotic Alternative Camp this weekend. That's great news. Good to hear. I hope that are getting away from the Kanye West endless talking about blame Jewsburging, because that's not going to do anybody any good. You just, not for white well-being, and not even the immoral desire to harm all Jews. It doesn't even accomplish that. The only thing it does is harm white people, the people saying it, and the people who, and then everybody else by way of laws that are passed and rules and everything. So that's great news, and I hope they're moving on. All right. Let me keep looking at what you all wrote. Foster Kennel says, have you or anyone heard of the Woodlander out in the United Kingdom funding the goal of future land acquisition and the like-minded communities? I heard that name, Woodlander, but I don't know anything about it. If that's a person who's taking other people's money, I would say it's a scam. Absolutely do not give money with the intent that that money is going to be invested for you, for your benefit. That's a scam. It's been run in the white sympathetic sphere many times over the years in their newspapers. I remember back in the day, send all your money here. We're going to build, town Nirvana somewhere. People send a bunch of money and the shyster runs off with the money. If that's what it is, don't do it. But when it comes to where to live, the reality is you're not going to be able to go someplace that's going to be safe. The reality that forever, there is no 20-year home anymore. The white race in Western civilization has to become nimble as gypsies. And I don't mean that literally they need a wagon and they need to just move from town to town every week. But white people increasingly are going to have to be able to move a place, set down roots, and then immediately pick up and move someplace else. You're going to have to be able to do that emotionally, physically, etc. As every year marches by, that's going to become more apparent for everybody everywhere. So there isn't going to be a let's all move to the country and everything will be fine. I know, especially in the UK, there are a lot of these ideas that you could just move anywhere in the United States. It's got just endless land for you to move on to. It's not the case. Sure, you could probably find a cheap piece of land out where there's no running water, there's no electricity, there's no hospitals, no medical care, there's no food. Yeah. No police to protect you from the multiplying numbers of vagabonds, miscreants roaming the countryside, which are happening in France, of course, right now. But moving out to the country because you want to be safer. You got a buddy or buddies or whatever, and you get together and you're like, hey, where we live right now is not so safe anymore. It's going to be worse next year and the year after. Let's all move out to this county that's a little bit more, in the country, fewer people, fewer anti-whites. We'll move out there because our families will be safer there, or will be safer there, and we'll be able to have a stronger base to go out into the world with the Go Free method and make a difference. Sharing the lexicon, sharing the dialectics. If you're doing that, perfect. If you're thinking, we're going to go out there because it's just safer, you're just white flighting. And the anti-whiteism is going to be there. It's going to be there in the entertainment media. It's going to be there inside the entertainment media that everybody who is not of your mind, that shows up at your house, that lives out in that area, everybody you deal with, the druggist, the nurse, the tech, the etc., everybody you deal with. But we're not going to watch TV at my house. Everybody else is. So for God's sake, relocate, redeploy if you need to have a safer, stronger base with which to take white well-being to the world. To have a better base so that your children are safe from the schools that they would otherwise be in, so that you can bring more of the Go Free method to the world. There is no white flighting going to save you. There is no, you're building bunkers, you're building a mausoleum. You're building little farms out on the prairie. You think nobody's going to find you. You're building a mausoleum. You're just waiting for the anti-whites are looking at zip codes. They're looking at where people are going. If white people start showing up somewhere in any decent number, they're going to ship anti-whites there. And they're going to pay their way with your tax dollars. We got to open our eyes. There's nowhere to run. And anybody telling you, any content creator telling you that there's a place to run and you can just get your family away and everything will be better and you'll put up a flag or whatever, they will come kill you all. The government will come and kill every one of you. If they don't come and kill every one of you, they will move anti-whites in to proximity. If there are enough of you together, I mean, this is like the ultimate white flighting into privation, white flighting into more and more miserable environs so that no one will follow us there. Well, if you don't continue to live mud splattered and emaciated lives, if you build up, if you farm where they could never farm before, and you bring life from the soil, they will show up. There's no more running away. Now, I don't know I don't know nothing about this person. I'm speaking generally. So maybe he's saying, hey, let's get out of the cities in the UK. Let's get into the farmland so that we're safer and we can bring white well-being and the Go Free method and lexicon and dialectics to the world. Maybe he's saying that. And if he is, he's totally epic. And I will speak to this. It is not good for a martial art. I want you to think about this. These content creators, I'm trying to make this as simple as I can because there are people who are just not able to grasp. It's just the reality. So you have these individual content creators that can get tons of viewers. I want you to think of them as martial arts instructors. And these martial arts instructors, with the content that they share, teach you a martial art that has already been defeated by the anti-whites. So that when you get into the martial art, like Kung Fu theater, you get out there and they surround you and the fight is on. You are using a martial art that they know how to defeat. Is that good? If that content creator, if that martial arts instructor, Nick Fuentes, for example, Jared Taylor, for example, you go down the list of content creators, if they're teaching you something that the anti-whites can defeat already, isn't teaching more people worse? Of course it is, because you're creating this army that is a dead man walking. Every participant is a dead man or dead woman walking, because every contest they get in, they lose. And what happens when, like, a Fuentes follower shows up here? They don't have any arguments, do they? What did I say that happens at these universities? That's the exact same thing that happens here. Cult of personality. But Fuentes says. So you're just perpetuating this person rather than wielding tools that defeat anti-whiteism in your world, and therefore in our world. What you have in these content creators are people, are masters of the martial art that loses to anti-whiteism. They're even better than the viewers. And therefore their loss is that much more spectacular. So this fallacy of appeal to authority, the appeal to Fuentes, nobody has to show up. Nobody on Team White Wellbeing shows up somewhere and then has the appeal to authority of no white guilt said. They just use the tools. They just use the concepts, the meme curatives. How can you not see the difference? So here we're teaching a martial art that defeats anti-whiteism, so that when you go out into the world and they surround you Kung Fu theater style, there are 10 of these anti-whites. And it's just like Kung Fu theater. You're in white, they're in black, and they come flying at you, like, wah! And they're shooting through the air, and you just parry and kick the shit out of every one of them on your own. The alternative is that they kick the shit out of you, and you're lying on the ground, and you're like, but my masa is Masa Fuentes. Nobody cares. Stop being so childish. Stop being such a sycophantic follower of these content creators. It's not good that people get made into these feckless automatons of content creators. No, it's not good. But they have a lot of followers. They're feckless automatons. That's what they're made into. TJ is here. Great to see you. I'm making a case, and you have to argue against that case. So to say it's just jealousy is to be a bastard. Is to be intellectually dishonest. You're not worthy of being a member of the white race, and we excommunicate you from the white race. Franklin says it's no white guilt or nothing. Exactly. Slalt saying good comparison scenario. J Magic, all of this is true and very honorable, but let's not forget who wrote the Go Free book and set us on this course. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. That took a lot of work and a special mind to lay it out like you did. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Slot says, every time you give the credit to the community instead of yourself, I want to donate. Not able to at the moment, though. So here's some swashbuckling flags. I love them. That's perfect. Samuski says, to everyone and anywhere, I speak about white well-being. I will always credit you, Jason, for the concepts that have helped me and so many others to go free. And I will always celebrate this team. God bless you for that, brother. You're a hero. And we see it every day. You're out there making it happen. All right. Make sure you tag me if I missed your comment. Tag me again and put the comment up there again. Thank you all for being here. We're going to get into France right now. Read this article. And we'll give you something better to say in confrontation with family members and friends and vagues out there than Jared Taylor said it or Fuentes said it or whatever. We'll give you something better to use. All right. France riots. It's not a riot. Do not call it a riot. This is anti-white warfare. This is anti-white terrorism. When you have I'm not saying that for the shit of it. When you have these conversations, friends, family, or strangers, you want to say, have you heard about the anti-white terrorism going on in France? Many Americans haven't. Of course, they don't want to talk about it. Many Australians haven't. They don't want to talk about it. Many folks from New Zealand, Canada, etc., they don't want to talk about it. Even European countries, they don't want to talk about it. Bring it up. Don't say, have you heard about the riots in France? Don't say, have you heard about the looting in France? But Jason, you're just a language police. I'm going to bitch slap your ass so hard, and then I'm going to go beat the shit out of your father. You little fucking girl. You little girls. You're like, I only obey the anti-white word police. I don't obey the no white guilt word polices. Only the anti-white word polices. I totally bend over and grab my ankles for them. Good, you little bitch. Keep calling him woke. Keep calling him. I get a little bit out of shape. And this France thing is really pissing me off. Because so many, I'm looking around, so many people, the way they're talking about it all. They're not talking about it. Promethean Kitchen says he was part of a Telegram group, and they actually banned Promethean Kitchen for sharing one of my videos, even though Promethean Kitchen didn't break any of their rules. Get that. Well, you know what? I'm going to give you a 07, and I'm going to call for 07s. Salutes. Everybody stand up nice and erect. Chest out, chin out, stomach in. Ladies. And salute this man. Share the video, and they banned him. Tag me again. Tell me why they banned you. Just because all of these content creators are jealous little bitches. They're the ones who are jealous. And they're little sycophantic, idolater following crony bitches. They can't stand anybody else out there accomplishing anything. They can't stand it. And so they're amazingly jealous. I don't know. Where are historians? Has this happened before? Where you had this sort of a scenario in the West where somebody's marching forward and they got a team there and they're winning. But then you have all of these others who are self-promoting, and then their followers attack because you won't become a good little cult member of like the Jared Taylor cult or the Nick Fuentes cult. What the is here? And he says, happy White History Month. Well, happy White History millennia to you, my good friend. Great to see you, though. Fox is here. And Elaine pointing out, it didn't do Ye any good either, Jason. Just like Jason said. Thank you for pointing that out. Just like Jason said. Do you remember over there? So you had a bunch of these people from Patriotic Alternative get together at a camp. And were any of them talking about how right no white guilt was when it came to Kanye West? When all those people in the comments were like, bullshit, nothing bad's going to happen to him. He's a billionaire. You're just jealous because he has so much money. You need to be caught. Don't you know how many countries you need to be doing this? And I was like, he's going to get wiped out, and then nobody will be talking about it in 6 months. And anybody got any class? Actually, no, there have been folks from Patriotic Alternative who reached out. There have been. They've reached out and they were like, holy shit, we were totally wrong. You were completely right. So God bless every one of those honorable people. There are still Brits with honor in this land. God bless them. You know, it's like some of these socialists of the nationalist variety up in Scandinavia, and that are honorable, and they can have a conversation. They can be adult. They can be mature. They can, you know, God bless them. There are still some Brits out there that I can salute, who came back and said, "Holy shit, you were really done wrong, and we were totally in the wrong on these cases." Kanye, you're just wrong, Jason. The Earl says the Woodlander in the UK has raised £56,000. Oh man, so he's taking other people's money to buy land. I don't know the Woodlander, who he is. I don't know how this is going to end up being coming to good. Every time I've seen anything like this ever done, it's always gone bad. It's always gone real bad. You'll be hearing about all of the misappropriation of funds. This is just my prediction based on the past, not based on Woodlander. He might be, I don't know him. But based on these kinds of things in the past, you're going to hear about funds disappearing. You're going to hear about how, with a bunch of excuses, county stole money, land, not what was said to be. Had to use all these extra funds for my time that was being paid or whatever. I wish that wouldn't happen. I've tried to counsel people on doing this in the past who thought about this sort of thing, saying you can't take people's money. You can have people pledge money to plots or something like this. They don't give money until like you've made the purchase, and then they pay you for the purchase, and then you sell it to them or whatever. But I mean, look at what this guy did where he called his followers this homosexual fetish bears, and got him to give him a shit ton of money, and he went out and bought a piece of land for himself. But now people can go hang out there if you call ahead, and you get a spot, some time to be able to show up there and hang out in this muddy hole. Was that money well spent? And I remember when that was getting started, and when I said, don't do this, people, and then people came and they slandered me on Instagram, said I was just jealous. It was just jealous because they were doing something real. They did something real, all right. At times, you just want to say fuck you to everybody. You know what I mean? Just fuck you. How many times can you tell people? It's like having the most ungrateful children in the world. They're like, well, I'm just going to try drugs and driving around. Well, son, you shouldn't do that because it's not going to end. Well, fuck you, Dad. I'm going to try it anyhow. Crashes, now paraplegic. And you're like, well, but then the next son comes along and he's like, I'm going to do it too. I mean, Jesus. Raised, are those pledges or actual funds? All right. Let me keep rolling. I'm going to take a look at, okay, we are blank on Cash App. And let's see if Entropy is working. Over in Entropy, unless it's not working, we have TJ financially gifting $20. Let's get out some 07s for TJ. He hit the $20 minimum to be celebrated. Some raucous emojis. He is a true champion. He's here all the time. He deserves the praise. $20 financial gift. He says, time to go free for white well-being all over the world. Amen to that, hero. To white well-being all over the world. And it says a great deal about the kind of man that you are, showing up to financially gift for white well-being. Looks like we're blank on D Live, but hello to the people who are there. And we have Odyssey is loading again. We have $5 over there on Odyssey from Who'da Thunk It. Thank you for that. He writes, when anti-whites cannot blame themselves, their own ideology, how it caused violence, and their impairment of Western kind through the malicious permissiveness of counterparts to whites. And they neither can blame a heretical idea to their ideology, they blame the victim, Western kind, such as in France. Yes, indeed, brother. They are blaming Westmen, us in France, our once great country. Could you imagine when you were a youth? Did you ever, in your wildest dreams, hearing about the glories of our French country, of our French people, of our French empire, of our French thinkers and leaders, did you ever think that it would be destroyed in your lifetime? It's sickening. We have 0.56 of a library token, the cryptocurrency over there at Odyssey, and that is from Wing It again, and says, did you get my donation? The $5 one? I just did. Thank you very much for that, good brother. Really appreciate it. Very well said, and it's so very true. All right. Let's talk about France. And we have here France riots. Okay, so France is undergoing warfare, anti-white warfare by anti-white terrorists, anti-white terror troops, anti-white brigades, anti-white divisions. Okay, that's what these are. That is what these are. Do not trivialize our victimization by saying it's mere theft. It's mere raucousness. It's mere rowdiness in France. Do not trivialize it. If white people were in Baghdad, were in Shanghai, were in any city across the globe that isn't white, and got together and started destroying medical institutions, halls of records, statues, setting cars on fire everywhere, destroying financial institutions, dentist offices, police stations, mayors of the city that we're in, and stealing along the way. Do you think the anti-whites, or do you think the non-whites, whether they're anti-white in that particular country or not, do you think they would trivialize what we were doing and say that we're just a bunch of rioters or a bunch of looters, or give any credence whatsoever to the pretext that we're putting forward for these militaristic targets that we're destroying? This militaristic efforts, that is what this is, in my opinion. And it doesn't need a centralized general. It doesn't need a J. Spurgs, shut your mouths. It doesn't need any of that. It just needs the ideology of anti-whiteism. That's what's animating these people. Every single one of them individually. Shot teenagers, according to Reuters. Grandmother says, shot teenagers, grandmother says, violence must stop. And this is doctrinaire at this point. This is like forms that anti-whites in media, they just copy and paste into these forms. How do you start the argument about the militaristic attack, the anti-white militaristic attack? How do you talk about it while it's happening? One of the parts of these form media releases, if you will, is that you say, the family wants peace. The family wants this to stop. The family is saddened by the violence and killing every single time, irrespective of what the family actually thinks. So let me say, as I begin, I'm going to say, I saw the video of what happened. My compassion goes out to the family of this young man, this North African young man in France. because I think that they were actually videotaping and watched this happen. I don't know why they weren't interfering to tell their son, shut the fuck up and obey the police. That's probably what they should have done if they were actually there and filming. One of the articles I read said they were filming. But my heart goes out, my compassion goes out to these people. They lost a child, they lost a brother, they lost a grandchild, they lost and so I don't know if these people are anti-white or otherwise. They might be wonderful contributors to France. I don't know. And so on the basis of that, I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt. And I hope that that they're able to get through this grieving period and move on and remember their son, grandson, cousin in the best light that he ever presented himself to them. Having said that, there was this North African young man. He was, I guess, 17, most articles were saying. He had run from the police officers, in most articles I've read numerous times, disobeying law enforcement numerous times. When a person is a career criminal, a career malefactor, every time they run from the police, it is to victimize you and me. It's to victimize everyone else. We have a social contract with our governments that says that we will obey the law so that we can have Western civilization. Everybody has to obey the law. When somebody out there decides they're not going to obey the law, they're just going to ignore everything, it's to victimize us. And apparently, and maybe more evidence will come to light, he has disobeyed the law and fled from the police in an automobile. And that is what he was getting ready to do with a cop on the hood. He was accelerating with a cop on the hood and another cop trying to fight him at the wheel. At that moment, he is not unarmed. He is armed with something every bit as powerful as a firearm, with which he could kill dozens, scores, even hundreds. And that is the automobile he's in. Even killing the police officer on the hood would be a very easy thing to do. Accelerate 5 feet, slam on the brakes, cop slides off the front, accelerate again, you run him over, he's dead. No police officer can be expected to withhold that level of force when confronted with that level of force. None. All conversation around that actual engagement is moot. It's immaterial. It has nothing to do with what followed. The only relevance is that there was an incident. The details of the incident, irrelevant. That anti-white shock terror troops can use as a casus belli, an excuse to do what they seethe to do every moment of every day. And that is to inflict injury on Western kind, Western civilization. So totally irrelevant. Paris. The grandmother of the teenager shot dead by police during a traffic stop in a Paris suburb said on Sunday she wanted the nationwide rioting triggered warfare, anti-white warfare. Anti-white warfare. Use that phrase instead. Triggered by his killing to end after a fifth night. What happened, of course, is the police officer, as he went to drive away, fired a single round through the windshield to stop him, and he still drove off, dying later. Refused to have the conversation about whether it was legit. In France, they have charged this police officer with murder. They're calling it manslaughter or something. They've charged him with murder, and he's now going. What kind of trial is he going to get? I presume he's a white male. What kind of trial is he going to get? How many more white people have to be victimized for anti-whiteism? Does he have a family? His wife, his children will be victimized. How about a mother and father or siblings? They will be victimized by this. For their son, grandson, husband, father, whatever it is, doing his job. He was the first victim of this anti-white terrorism that's been happening for 5 days now, and there is continuing on night 6, I guess this is. And then the rest of Western civilization. Why would they go to a hall of records, the library? That is demonic anti-whiteism. They want to white erase our memory. They want to white erase that we've ever existed. That is demonic as hell. That is on par with just going out and killing all of the children so that there'll be no white future. If they white erase our white memory, looters and rioters don't go to the Hall of Records like they did here in the United States a couple of summers ago and set them on fire. They don't go to halls of records for that. That is a racial attack. That is racial vendetta participated in by anti-whites of all races. That's why this isn't a race war. Everybody's telling you race war, and you end up repeating race war, burning your reputation with everybody you talk to. There's no race war going on. There's no oppositional pole of white people. There is a victim group of white people, and then there are anti-whites composed of all races victimizing the white race, deleting our future, white erasing our future in flame, our past in flames, white erasing our memories with fire, white erasing our pharmacies in France. These are militaristic targets, for God's sake. Open your eyes. If you can't get your medicine that you need, what happens to you? What happens to the parents you love that need that medicine, daily medicine? What happens to your child who needs that medicine to live, to function? This is a military target. No, not just showing up and taking the pills so you can go sell pills on the black market. No, burning the pharmacies down. Targeting the police station so they can't stop the anti-white terror troops in the streets, so that the police can't have organization. Targeting white people, roaming the streets, beating, maiming them. Even the white people who are anti-white participating in this, doing so. Targeting the grocery stores. Why would you destroy the sources of food? This is a military target. This is anti-white warfare, taking down Western civilization in France. And what are the so-called leaders, the titular leaders in France talking about? They're talking about abstractions, law and order, justice, the police, and how they were wrong and how they need to be, how their ranks need to be addressed and punished. The UN calling for France to address its racism, because the anti-whites there complain that non-white people, their housing that's been given them isn't nice enough by the country of France, that they don't get the highest paying jobs. All the same complaints that you hear in every other Western country. This is the inevitable consequence. All of these white females of both sexes wanting to placate, wanting out of fear, not wanting to talk about the fact that we are being attacked, that we are being white erased biologically on the basis of our race, and wanting just to talk about abstractions, wanting just to talk about these things and then to placate, give them more, agree to what their claims are, agree that it's not fair for them, and just give them what they want. There's no agreeing. There's no more placating. When they grab you or your daughter or your son and they pull them up on a kitchen table or on a sidewalk, on the hood of a car, and they strip them naked and they brutally rape and beat them to death, cutting off parts of their body while they're alive. There's no more placation. This is happening across the West. And these little skirmishes, if you will, when you look back on them, they all sort of blend together, the flames, don't they? You can't ever pick out one tongue of flame from the other. It just sort of all blends together. And then, grandson, that's why you have to live underground like a animal feeding on the roots of the earth in mud. And you have to hide your daughters and your sons until at least the males are old enough and ugly enough that they won't be raped. Until at least they won't take more from us. This is why it's this way. Because while these attacks and these individual flames stretched from the ground individually up to the skies and licked the dark, soot-laden clouds, these tenebrous clouds, I was too afraid to use the Go Free method. I thought I could just hide behind some content creator and with some sort of logical fallacy speak his name endlessly into the void, or some female content creator, some dilettante, followers in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions even. Because I thought that since we had so many of us that followed, that citing their name made all the difference. And I wanted to endlessly sit by and LARP as some character from history and say that one of these days it's going to get bad enough we'll do something. We never did anything. And then I besmirched and bad-mouthed that group of special forces out there changing the world with their concepts so that the folks who were like me wouldn't follow them. They banned them from our groups, banned the showing of their videos in our forums so that the people who were like me wouldn't follow, wouldn't take interest. And now, grandson, that's why you and I can look back in history and all those individual flames stand together. Can't pick them out anymore. That was the West. That's what it now has become. Nothing but ash-laden winds that cover our once white skin in the soot of Western civilization. That is what's happening in France right now. And for days on end. Thousands of armed police. 50K. Multiple cities. The Champs-Élysées threatened. And they're having to ring it. Eiffel Tower. Our monuments. Thousands and thousands arrested. Hundreds and hundreds of police officers injured. Warfare. And then you have, and I saw the clip for those, the clip of the response, so we can, one of the Lilliputian content creators out there, I saw the clip of him talking to several thousand and him saying what needs to be done. And I got to tell you, I can't take it anymore. I can't take these sort of wistful, what needs to be done statements that attract hordes of people and accomplish nothing. What needs to be done, he says, is all of these non-white people need to be rounded up and shipped out. That's what needs to be done. Well, good for you, child. Good for you having a nice little wish in your childish fantasy, because none of them are going to be rounded up. That's not a plan. That's a wish. And not only that, but it's a little girl's wish. Some idiotic, superficial, flaccid utterance that this is what needs to be done, and then it will all be better. And then when you say to such people, and that's all he said, an hour he talked, this is what needs to be done. This is what needs to be done. Everybody rounds them up. They're different. And then all his little underlings applauding that. Yes, they're different. They need to be rounded up. Can you imagine anything more empty-headed and cowardice or cowardly? When you put these people on the spot, as I have over the years, how are they rounded up? How do we round them up? I know for sure that that's not even the way to go. I would not round up any innocent person. I would want innocent people helping me, of all races, destroy anti-whiteism. I don't want to make innocent people to see themselves backed into a corner and then ready to fight like an animal for themselves and their loved ones. No, thank you. I want them helping me to defeat anti-whiteism. But you ask these little bitches over the years, how are we going to do that? You want to round them all up and ship them all out. How many times have I heard that flaccid analysis? Good fucking God. Well, we need to gain control of the police because they add on after I say, why do we need control of the police? Well, because the police will be used against us. Oh. You think? We just need to control the cops, huh? Okay. How do we do that? Well, you see, then we just need to take control of the city and town governments. Wow. Okay. And then won't they be overruled if you get control of the county government? Won't the state just come in and overrule it? I mean, yes. So then we have to take control of those county and state and province governments. Ah, okay. And then what else do we need to do? Well, we have to take control of the media. Oh, okay. How long have you been in the mental institution? How long have you been a wistful child, making all this money and sex and intellectual aggrandizement off your following? Won't the military come and put all this down? If you started to take control of, say, a state government, wouldn't the military come in from the feds? Yes. Well, what would we have to do then? We have to have control of the military. I can't take it. I can't take this anymore. Year after year after year of my life watching imbecilic, superficial takes, appraisals of what's going on in the world and what needs to be done without one iota of adult, mature plan to get any of these things, to accomplish any of these things. Not a single moment's given. Not a single moment's thought given to recapturing the conversation so that it works for us in the poorest of households and in the richest of households, in the least powerful of households and the most powerful of households. Not a single thought given to that or moment allotted to that view to be shared. Well, they have the most people listening to them, Jason. That means they must be right. Nahel's death last Tuesday, they used as an excuse to cause havoc. The family wanted to claim. Asked about a crowdfunding campaign that had received pledges of more than 670,000 euros, that's $731,000. For the police officer charged with voluntary homicide over the shooting, Nahad said, "My heart aches." The latest riots following Saturday's militaristic attacks, Antiwhite, following Nahal's death in a suburb of Nanterre were less intense than the previous night, the government said. They're blaming now, of course, the government, social media. They're wanting to shut down social media. They'll blame anything and everything but the actual cause. Anti-white terrorists have torched cars, stores, looted stores. It is in the hundreds of millions of dollars destroyed in France. The home of the mayor of Les Haye-les-Roses near Paris was attacked while his wife and children were asleep inside. I think they drove a car into his house. Nahel's death has fed long-standing complaints of discrimination, police violence, systemic racism inside law enforcement agencies, inside all the agencies of all the authorities throughout French civilization. These claims won't end even if you provided a beautiful French girl for every non-white anti-white. These claims wouldn't end. The officer involved has acknowledged firing a lethal shot, the state prosecutor says, telling investigators he wanted to prevent a dangerous police chase. How about just save his life? Some of these nights, thousands arrested. Last night, I guess it was nearly 1,000. All right, so you get the idea. Just like the United States, it has nothing to do with the character involved. We're going to be bringing on, and I'm going to send the link for the swash through, the great ForNull here in a moment. Has nothing to do with the excuse they're giving. It has everything to do with anti-whiteism, with anti-whites. This is what they long to do every day of every week, of every month, of every year. This is anti-white war, terrorism being waged against Westmen, Western kind, Western civilization. They're finding us. They're finding our creations. They're finding our medicine. They're finding our food. They're finding our halls of our memories, and they are destroying them. They're finding our places of worship, and they are destroying them. Who is the they? The anti-whites. Your audience will be able to hear you say that. They will be able to understand you saying that. They'll be able to look at the images and see that they are in keeping with what you explain to them. And that will enable them to come over, use the lexicon and dialectics, and potentially themselves become an agent of change across the West before every day looks like the past 5 days in France. People often talk about, and as soon as ForNull, I sent you the link, brother. As soon as he joins us, we'll bring him on. But people often talk about, like we're talking about this guy, talking about moving out somewhere, getting funds to go move somewhere out in the country or what have you. They often talk about place. They forget to think about time. These moments that we see in place in these different cities in France today are not only places in a geographical location, but they are moments in time that are also spreading. You can't run from that. You can run from place only for so long, but you can't run from time. I told a very old relative complaining about age, that Father Time had done this to you. And a great knowing came over that person's face. Because indeed, there's no escaping it. The fires of Western civilization in these moments are growing. And they will continue to grow unless we extinguish them with the Go Free method. As they grow through time, the hours that people are suffering in France right now will become the hours of suffering beyond France, and the hours of suffering in Canada, in the US, until every day is an hour of suffering, is an hour of flames, is an hour of anti-whiteism. You can run from space, but not time. It will find you. So let's turn around and let's put an end to anti-whiteism. We'll listen to ForNull. We'll be right back.
Everything they asked for a long, long time. They put a chicken in a basket, a pocket full of change, nothing left worth asking for, 'cause it's gone insane. I won't say the things I'm thinking. Wait until I call these waves. Raise my head, my heart is sinking. I know I'll have my day. It will be okay. We do a lot of funny things, some bad, some good. They do a lot of funny things, not the same way that we would. There's nothing left to discuss. No more listening to lies. Hands reaching through the clouds, trying to grab that western sunrise. That western sunrise. Grab that western sunrise. I know this world has got you down. It's looking dark and grim. Light the fire, spread it around. Lift yourself up, don't pretend. 'Cause we're gonna win. 'Cause we're gonna win.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And we are back. Let me see what you all are saying, and we'll wait for ForNull. Haven't heard from him yet. So we will wait for him, see if he shows up. But we will see what you all are saying in the meantime. And we have calls tonight. Going to allocate, I think, some more time, maybe as much as an hour to calls. If people want to call and want to chat, we know we got Biospirits first on the list. When we get to some announcements here, apparently we have a Fuentes fan that I will address, one of his sycophantic followers who has no tools to go into the world and to contest what's being done to it, other than his logical fallacy of an appeal to the authority of Fuentes. So, an imbecile. First, last asking if I cover donations. I will get back to them in just a moment. Oh, I see. It's just a little one of his micro penis followers. I see. Well, no wonder. It really is the troop of the micro penises. So that's why they're attracted to him. They could tell that's the similarity they really have in common. But we have, let's see, announcement. Jill Colton. I did a roll-in with Jill Colton, the former Canadian broadcaster, mainstream broadcaster. It was a fabulous conversation that I had with her. She's had 2 children, and she is trying to have a third. She's going through that process. She's older than women normally have children because of, this anti-white world that she was born into. She's trying to make up for lost time. God bless her for that. There are a lot of white women who are doing that. Please watch that video and share it around. You'll find it in my live streams for just this past week. And if you get an opportunity, send Jill. She's on Twitter. And I believe, I think I did. Her link is in the description for Twitter under that interview. And we'll have her back soon. She's a great lady. And we'll have her back soon. But if you can, get over there to Twitter and give her a thank you and let her know how much some of you have reached out to me to tell me how much you like her. Well, tell her, because that's everybody wants to know that. If you get on the stream and you get some of the kind of stuff, sometimes people showing up and they just want to slander. So folks want to hear also that they're doing some good. And she shared some very interesting things about fertility, pregnancy, IVF. Great lady. Some folks told me last couple streams ago that I am on the IMDb site, and I whenever I had a look, I found myself on there, and it shows me as appearing on a couple of different shows, but doesn't mention this. Doesn't mention Going Free every Sunday. And if I want to ask if there's anybody in the community who is a member over there and they can make suggestions and make changes to include the Going Free gathering, and a little blurb of what we do here, what we are here. I would ask somebody to do that, because otherwise it's just like I appeared on JF. What are folks who are searching there going to get out of that about yours truly in the Go Free method? Baron White can call in today, he says. Samuski says, you don't just have radical jokes, you got wicked burns, brother. Thank you. Somebody talking from the anti-white narrative, Killa, saying that France has occupied nations in the past, and turn these places into countries. I mean, the West has done this. The West traveled around the world and brought medicine modern medicine, modern agriculture, science of all type, etc., and taken some things contributed from different groups of people around the world as well, and adapted and adopted those things, and created a civilization, Western civilization, that everybody in the world seems to want to get in. Most people, I'll say, most people in the world want to get into. And instead of the nation of or country of their making. And so saying to me that Western countries, developed countries, nations, states, etc., in and around the world, drew lines on maps to justify the victimization of white people in the here and now, just tells me you're an anti-white piece of shit. That's all. That's all it says. So I really don't care what argument you make to justify the victimization of white people and the destruction of our Western civilization. I don't care. It's not going to persuade me. I'm not going to lower my guard. I'm going to fight back. I'm going to defend what is mine. I'm going to defend what I am. No argument for you is going to work. None. And if it comes to the point that I am fighting you back physically, there'll be no mercy. There'll be no plea for mercy. Once you make the argument that these are the reasons why we victimize Western civilization, you are remembered for that, and there is no mercy. So you have your chance now. Drop the, here's the reason why we victimize Western civilization. Drop that, and let's put an end to anti-whiteism so that the West can be safe, beautiful, loving places for all the people who live in them. You got it? I don't care what race you are either, white or non-white. If you're anti-white, you're the problem. We got this video from Yizz that we want to share as well. But first, I'm going to get to the mail, because we've got some great pieces of mail that I want to share with you. The first one, I don't really know exactly what to do about, so I'm going to ask you, dear brother. We have here Wing It Productions, who sent a princely sum in the mail, but I might send it back to you. We'll see what you want to do, because you're asking in your letter with your financial gift of $100, thank you so very much, that you want the copies of the original digital of Go Free, the current Go Free. And I can't do that. That effectively would constitute a sale of my rights to Go Free. So I can't do that. You asked for the same thing with the audiobook of Go Free. Again, that constitutes and can be argued to constitute of my sale of my rights to send you digital form of my creative material. You send a thumbnail drive along with it. I can send you the Go Free book. I'll sign it for you, and I'll happily send that to you. I can even buy you if you want me to keep the $100, you'll let me know. I can even buy you the audio book and then send you the link for that so that you can download it and listen to it on any Kindle or Apple or what's the other platform product, so you can listen to the audiobook. But I can't send you the raw files, copies of the raw files of the audiobook and the written book. So let me know what you want to do. And then thank you so very much, though. And I know where you're coming from, and I really appreciate it. But I don't want you to be out $100 when you thought you were going to get the digital form of the original. I could even send you the Kindle version, the ebook, and then you can download it from Amazon and read that. But let me know what you want to do. We also have here one of our epics, and it is Randy, a true champion. I love looking into the mailbag and seeing his financial gift today, and says everything he wants to say with $30 for white well-being. God bless you, good sir. Thaumatological mailbag, lighten up today. It was great seeing you, Randy. $30, the ever reliable Randy, down there in the mailbag. God bless you, brother. We also have, who else is here? Keep your raucous emojis and your 007s out. Your 07s and your 007s. We got Randy already up there with the $30 financial gift. Let's get inside this one here. And let's see, what do we have written? The great Wes, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. Raucous emojis. 007s. Fireworks. We got fireworks going on Independence Day from Wes. He's sending here $100. And he says with those $100 for white well-being. God bless you, man. Second time showing up. Not a very long time, a gap in between the letters. I really appreciate it, Wes. You're a great champ. A true gentleman showing up in this, a glorious day for white well-being. And we have over here, making sure we keep these letters out of view, another one. Can you believe it? Number 4 out of the mailbag today. We have weeks go by, we don't get one. Number 4 today. And this is from, I believe, the name here is it Maryland? Financially gifting 20 Canadian bacon dollars, the tastiest dollars on planet Earth, Canadian bacon dollars. God bless you. And such a beautiful little letter here. And it's a photograph of a drawing. I don't know if Marilyn did the drawing and then it's a photograph of it, or it's probably one that was purchased. But I will cover up the name so that the handwriting is concealed. Oh, you're not going to be able to see it because of the darn... There you go. You can kind of see it. It's beautiful. It's a little pastoral scene. There's a church in the background. There's some sheep. Sheep! Who doesn't love sheep, right? There are these Ramos trees. Beautiful. Thank you so much. With the tastiest dollars on planet Earth. I really appreciate that. And we have, thank you everybody for celebrating, ongoing. And the celebration continues. Another set of raucous emojis, 07s, 007s. Have we had 95s yet in the live chat? Have we had some 95s? The 9 words, the 5 key concepts. People need to learn 95 so that they can share it and spread the power of the Go Free method. Here we have a wonderful, and this is with $40 financial gift. $40, 40. Thank you so very much. And we're going to read this wonderful little letter. It says here with those 40 white well-being dollars, I really appreciate it. Thank you, sister. She says, thank you so much. I want you all to listen carefully to this. This is something that you don't get. And since we have a Fuentes micropenis member in the audience today, and we want him to feel comfortable, so we will nobody will be standing in front of the urinal. But what we will do also is we are going to demonstrate how when you go free, you can share the lexicon, the dialectics with the people in your world. That's what it was designed to do. And to change the story thereby that we live in. And I want to tell you, this is like the 10,000th time. And I want you all to keep telling me, don't stop. I'm not bored of these. I love these. No one in micropenis Fuentes circle can say this. Thank you so much for all your work for white well-being. I'm so grateful that I finally started listening to your streams. I was being drawn into the white negative and doom poster groups, as I thought they were the only people addressing the attacks on whites. But I couldn't talk about or share any of that material. Could you imagine being a Fuentes follower? And we could do this for a couple different content creators, and going to your family, going to your professor, and you say, hey, I know what's all going on. It's all the Jays. Fuentes said so. You can't even say he's a racist because he's Mexican. Or you're from Jared Taylor's group, and you show up and you're like, hey, don't you realize there are all these studies that show how dumb they are? They're just all dumb. They're all inferior. That goes over so well, especially with the ones that are further along on the bell curve than you are, the non-white ones that are further along on the bell curve than you are. Could you imagine? So this woman saying she was being drawn into, how many times have we talked about that? People, exactly what I say. People, they get concerned. They're like, look what's happening. Who's out there combating this? They look out into the world. They're in the anti-white narrative. So they find a bunch of people playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, various ways. And then they go that direction. That must be what you do. They show up at a cult of personality, like the ones we just mentioned. And then they imbibe a bunch of information that they can't share. What good does it do to learn information that you can't share? And then what happens? Well, they get into these circles and they start sharing the information with the others in their circles, in these closed loops. And then they start to lose any concept after a while of what normal people, what everyone else, what vagues out there would think about the things that they're saying. Well, when I'm in these circles of people playing the villain, everybody agrees that all the other groups are dumb. Everybody agrees that everybody has to be this group has to be rounded up and that group has to be rounded up. Everybody agrees that this all comes from this one group. And you lose complete perspective of how you talk to the world. That you say one of these things, and then you end up coming over to Jason, and you tell me how wrong I am, that people are getting it when it's just your circle. You get drawn into this stuff. And the more you learn, the more you're harmed, and the more you relate it, the more you're harmed. And the more your reputation is burnt. And the more you think you have to stick with that original decision. But I couldn't talk about or share that material. Now I can talk to almost anyone. I'm still learning, so I'm cautious. But I've already seen that my family and friend groups are adopting the term anti-white and anti-whiteism just from hearing me mention it in relation to current events or their experiences. God bless you. Sincerely, Rachel. God bless you, sister. A big salute. That testimonial is that your $40 financial gift is like 4 million with testimonials like that. Now, yes, it's not going to break through to these content creators because They are not here for white well-being. They are here for their own well-being. So they're not going to say, oh my God, let's have people from that group on and talk to them about this stuff. So don't look for that to happen. But it is infinitely valuable to ordinary folks out there of all races. So could you imagine, Rachel, and she sent along another gift. I'm show you how wonderful this community is. Could you imagine anybody writing to Fuentes? It would be a lie. You know it would be. Writing to Fuentes or writing to one of these other Jay Bellyacres, Jay Spurging Bellyacres. Well, you know what happened? I went into my family and I shared that it was in my friends and where I work, and I told them all it's just the Jays. And now every time they talk, they say it's the Jays. The doctor even says it's the Jays. No, what they tell you what happens. I've been there for decades. Ye's Law, life ruined, wife left, wife's family disowned me, kids won't have anything to do with me. Have you heard any of them go and say, hey, you know what? I shared all that data that I learned from Jared Taylor about how dumb the other races are. And now everybody in my family, the postman walks by now, and he even says that, damn, his group is a dumb group. It's amazing. Doesn't happen, does it? It doesn't happen. And it's a sad thing that I can't just be a white man and have white men around me, honorable white men around me, who say, holy shit, that community's figured it out and they're making it happen. Let's have them over here. Let's have them share the work that they're doing. It's a damn shame. It's a crying shame that many of these people are so unscrupulous, so selfish, so self-centered, so egotistical, that you get crowded out, shut out, blocked out. But in addition, Rachel has sent along a healing homemade salve for wounds I could use on the tear on my face from the fight and anywhere. So this homemade salve, I deeply appreciate that. It's got the ingredients written on here. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you so much for this. Very meaningful. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Let's hear it for Rachel. This wonderful little, I was like, what is this? When I got it out. Bless you. I really appreciate that. Let's take a look at, that's the end of the mailbag today. Let's take a look at, we have one more financial gift over here on Entropy, and you know who it is, ladies and gentlemen. He's the one and only. He's a permanent fixture in Entropy. Entropy reached out to me, and they're like, hey, this guy is now permanent. We have made him part of the actual platform. His name is just automatically written there. It is the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Many applause, many 95s, many crowns for his head, gems, ladies and gentlemen, for his feet. It is the one and only DB50. Dude Bro moment, financially gifting $50, as he is wont to do, and writing with those $50 for white well-being. God bless you, brother. God bless you so very much. Do you know something that's very interesting about that? When you financially gift the work that we're doing here, we have decades of service to white well-being in an effort and in a way to push back against anti-whiteism that benefits everyone of every race, of every religion inside of Western civilization. Your very comments, participation, and your financial gifts can be used as character defense in any accusation, whether it be by a district attorney, whether it be some sort of a jury, whether it be in front of a judge. Could you imagine decades of material that you're giving to, that you're participating in for the benefit of everyone in Western civilization? Imagine you're in one of these other groups. Imagine you're participating in one of these other groups. And they're going to look to what your peers are saying. They're going to look to what the content creators are saying. And that's what they're going to read aloud in a jury, in a courtroom, in front of a prosecuting attorney, in front of a grand jury, in front of a principal, in front of an employer. These are actually defenses against the slander of your character, that attack, that character defamation, that character assassination, that work assassination that anti-whites commit against us. These are your actual defense. The more you participate in service to white well-being and the pushback against anti-whiteism, and the more evidence there is of that service, the more you are positioned to defend yourself against those very hostile anti-white tribunals that show up everywhere, from court of law to work to school to your family and your most personal, intimate encounters. God bless you. DB50 showing the way. Take a look over here. Board Troll just donated a lemon's worth of cryptocurrency over there on D Live. Thank you for the lemons. We will make whiskey that I won't drink. Or we have Winged Productions. Oh, so yes, I did. And what do you want me to do? What's your thoughts? We'll do whatever you want to do. Just write it over there, tag me, and we'll get to it. Now let's look back over here, and we will take a look at Cash App. We will then listen to a 4-minute video of Yizz the Unifier, and she's talking with, this is a little snippet from Discordant Dragons. I want you to just listen closely and watch the magic of the lexicon, the dialectics. Watch it being picked up by another person. It's a curative contagion that you can pick up. People will want to pick up and they will share. Even folks who are recalcitrant. All right. We have the great Yizz, the Unifier herself, over here on Cash App. Hey, and if anybody attempted to financially gift on Entropy and they were unable to, like Yizz has been unable to do that, please let me know in the live chat. Tag me, and I would like to know, because I would like to tell them at Entropy that having an issue still. $5 financial gift from the dear sister champion, and she says, weekly folk tithe, Entropy still not working for me. It was like I read your mind, sister. Thank you so much for that and all that you do in service to white well-being. You're an inspiration to us all. I can't tell you how many times I have had people come to me because Yizz is not. And here's the thing. It's so funny. You look at Yizz and the way Yizz was born, and she's a woman, and etc. And she's not a lookalike for Waffen SS or something like that, right? And so they're like, she can't do anything. Has come out of the mouths of people to me who are abject, degenerate do-nothings. Abject, degenerate do-nothings. Talk about sick, LARPing garbage. And I have watched this woman dominate rooms of people. I mean, and it's kind of like becoming like the litmus test. If you've got a problem with Yizz kicking ass, then you are the problem. If you got a problem with Yizz kicking ass for white well-being, then you are a problem and you have to change yourself. Because if you got a problem with her, it means you're not doing anything. It means you're jealous of her succeeding. It means, on and on. God bless you. You know who else we're going to God bless right now? You're going to drop some crowns on this man's head. I do request it. First last, ladies and gentlemen, crowns on his head. Drop them on his head. Make him feel the crowns. And then we're going to take Rachel's healing balm. And we're going to scrub it around so he heals up nice and quick. Gems for his feet, folks. Please do it, because he just financially gifted 100 white well-being dollars. God bless you, dear sir. God bless you. Such an epic champ. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for financially gifting today. A hero first last. We have also showing up today one of our truest ladies of all the ladies. I love Jesus Christ. Is here today with $10, her $10 for white well-being gift. $10. You can imagine this woman called before the Antiwhite tribunal at her church. And they're like, we heard that you were in this racial community. We heard that you're, what are these people about? And she wouldn't have to say, Fuentes is right, or Third Reich Party is right, or IQ. She'd be able to say, let me show you. This has already happened to people, by the way, and they've changed minds. People have already been called on the floor, and it's changed minds. God bless you, sister. $10 financial gift. Folks, if we have to keep chugging along through struggle, through storm, through tempest, through quake, whatever it is, we're just going to keep chugging along, because this is right. And it won't matter how many micro penises show up while we're live. It won't matter how many micro penises are willing to spend $1,000 for a dinner with the king micro penis. We're going to keep pushing along, because this is right. This is moral, because this benefits people's lives, because this protects white children, because this is not fanciful wishes that go nowhere. This is meaningful. Whole universities have a hullabaloo, and everybody there standing up, or everybody there who stands up for that clip made by No White Guilt Clips, dominating the anti-whites, their lives not ruined. Think about all the ramifications. The lives of the people who stood up at that university against the anti-whites, using the clip and the verbiage in the clip that No White Guilt Clips made of yours truly, did not have their reputations ruined. They're still going to be able to get jobs. They don't have to keep their power level hidden. And every time everything's hidden, it does nothing. It's meaningless. Didn't have their power level hidden. Didn't lose, didn't have to get kicked out of the school. We have another talking about students, white student transmission over here on Cash App, $5 financial gift. And he writes with those $5 with a smiling emoji, beautiful white teeth. He says, for a folk tithe. God bless you. Whoa, we were just celebrating this gentleman, celebrated him at the beginning, celebrated the clip he made and the big difference he made, enabled an opportunity to happen, a thing to happen at a university that never would have happened. No White Guilt Clips. Say it, speak his name only in deep respect. Clips financially gifting today. Get out your 007s, 07s, Raucous emojis. Drop some crowns on his head. This man deserves crowns if anybody does. 50 white well-being dollars by No White Guilt Clips, who is unstoppable. Just giving and doing and working, all of it of his own will, his time, his efforts, his intelligence, his genius. He had no idea how many lives he touched in those days at that university. And there are more stories I haven't shared from people telling me. We're running out of time. We'll share them another time. He has no idea, but he empowered all of those students to speak up for white well-being in a way they didn't need to hear anything else from us. That is true power. When you can leave a genie's lamp for somebody to pick up and rub and have the answer and change the world in a way that insulates them as best as is possible against the anti-whites. Oh, come on. We're talking about real magic here, folks. God bless you. No white guilt clips. God bless you. And another mirror donation there, 50 white well-being dollars from the one and only Irish Nick. With his emerald glow, strides into the Hall of Champions. 50 white well-being dollars, and he writes with it, for Team White Well-being, with his shamrock that he's known for. The clouds take shamrockian shape as Irish Nick descends from the heavens. Awesome, brother. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. 50 white well-being dollars on this, a day of great service to white well-being, a great gathering, and we continue to forge ahead. And we're going to celebrate one more time, I think, here. Keep those raucous emojis and fireworks going. Loving it, everybody here. Loving it, loving you. You are the heroes, first, last. He's back again in the financial gifting winners circle. 95 more white well-being dollars. Count them, folks. White well-being, each one of those dollars. God bless you, brother. True. I knew he said something. I saw something there in the live chat about look again. And I was like, wait a second. Look again, indeed. First, last coming through. a total of $195 testimonial to what he has witnessed in his own world, to what he has witnessed in the lives of others. A gentleman who has been in the white sympathetic sphere for many, many years, has partaken in many of these different approaches, many of these different vehicles, and has finally said, this is the only way that is going to work. This is the only way that changes anything. And I tell you, in all honesty, with First Last, I respectfully salute those who went out there with good intent, with good heart, and they wanted to change things. And folks, we try to accomplish a lot of things. Our people tried for many, many years to tame electricity, to etc., to reach the stars. We tried in many years, and many of us went before those who finally figured it out. And so I honor and respect those who went before, gave it their all. They were honest. They didn't do anything immoral. I salute those. I respect those. When I'm critical of those who continue to get in the way, who continue to try to drown us out, who continue, etc. At the victimization of Western kind, at the victimization of our children, each new generation coming up into a world that isn't able to avail themselves of the tools of this method, because these tools have been purposely blocked out by people who claim to be speaking out for the good of Western kind. Shameful. And they'll be known, because rest assured, white well-being and the lexicon that we're building and the personas are here, even if every one of us die and go to ash without something immediately coming from us, this will survive. And your names, your personas, the biggest players of white well-being, you will survive in those storybooks, because this is what works. Nobody is going to remember all the studies and articles about IQ differences, all the studies and articles about this or that philosopher. Nobody's going to remember all of the feckless claims of they all need to be rounded up and shipped out. Nobody's going to remember that shit. This works, so it will be part of that recapture of our destiny. Whether we're able to take it from here to there or not, our efforts, our names, And the fact that we lived and fought, and this effort will be part of that victory. That is a promise. God bless you, First Last. $195 today, testimonial. Kings do walk on earth, ladies and gentlemen. Kings yet walk on earth. And they are here, and we had just come in the great Slots, one of our in-house, the in-house philosopher, $5 financial gift from this true champion, said he couldn't gift at all, given the financial state right now. Oh, he said he added $5 to get First Last up to 200. My God, let's give it up for that guy. Slots, doing it again. Please, 95s for Slots, 95s. What a champion. 07s. God bless you. A real hero. We're going to listen to 4 minutes. I'm staying here. We're going to listen to 4 minutes and of Yizz bringing over Aiden Paladin to using anti-white, anti-whiteism. This is a big thing, a really big thing. You know why? Because there are going to be people out there. There are going to be people out there in different groups, whether it's like one of the groups under the umbrella of Scyldings or somewhere else. And they're going to learn anti-whiteism from Aiden Paladin. And the world's going to change. So let's have a listen.
Whites, let's go.
You guys know that I am active with the White Wellbeing Go Free community. And a big part of what we do is pushing lexicon like anti-white, anti-black, etc., anti-American, anti-Western, paired with a phrase paired with a word to replace the cancerous evil term racism. We say anti-whiteism. And Mark Dice has now adapted and taken that word and is using it gangbusters.
Oh, that's excellent. Yes, I've been trying for last couple of years. I've been trying to adapt and adopt that verbiage.
You've done pretty good. I'm proud of you. Thank you.
Trying, man.
You've done pretty good.
I'm still amazed at how many public figures are using it, like Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, we have to. We have
West, and Tucker Carlson,
correct.
Brian Kilmeade.
We have to. And something I want to bring up here, it's not just me. It's not just Jason Kuna, the guy who wrote the book. Yeah. There are hundreds of us in the White Wellbeing community that all week, every week, we are in people's mentions. We're in people's comment sections. We're in their live chat. We're sending them emails. We're going into their Telegram communities and bombarding them with lexiconal changes. And also phrases called meme curatives like Hollywood isn't history. That kind of thing. Yeah. And we are pushing this lexicon and these ideas into the communities around and into the chat channels and telegrams and such that feed directly into really high scale people, and it's paying off.
It's really hard to break it from standing on racism.
But I want you to see Mark Dice. Mark Dice, who used to be married to the word racism. Yes.
I know.
He used to be married to it. Yeah. And now I want you to listen to this. We're going to listen to it at time and a half speed. Just because of sake of time, but I want you to hear this. This is a huge thing that we need to celebrate and give credit where credit is due. Thank you for the Go Free method, Jason Kuna, and thank you to the hundreds of you that work tirelessly and thanklessly around the clock, pushing lexicon, pushing phrases, and pushing ideas that will give white people a fighting chance at actually having a decent chance at taking back what's ours and having a good civilization. So celebration and thank you to all of you guys who do this.
Next one.
Is a former Starbucks manager just won a 4-year-long legal battle against the coffee giant after they fired her to try to appease the Black Lives Matter mob after 2 black men were arrested for loitering in the coffee shop. When asked to either buy something or leave, they refused. So the police were called and then arrested them. And she was fired because she's white. And she did the right thing and filed a lawsuit against the chain and just won $25 million. You may recall the initial incident because the video went viral showing the police come and asking the 2 black men to either leave, buy something, or get arrested. And they chose the latter of the 3 options, of course. And then they cried about it and said that they felt that their lives were in danger. This may mark a turning point in the fight against anti-whiteism, which, as you know, is now systemic. And sure, there was racism in America's past a long time ago.
Did you hear that? Systemic anti-whiteism.
Wow.
Mark Dice
Systemic anti-whiteism.
Very nice.
He's right. I mean, he has. I mean, you know, but years over the years, and you know that I used to disagree with you on that because initially it shocked me. But you're right. You've always been right about that. It is
Thank you.
anti-whiteism. They
It is.
hate white people. There's no other word for it. So, sorry.
And I
the
do
way, yes.
recommend that all of you who want to make a difference, you should absolutely use the correct words for what's being done to us. And I know that people like West Y11 get on my ass about it and be like, "Oh, you're just being the word police like the left." But it really does matter,
No.
because language is how we influence people like politicians and people that work in the corporate sphere, and
No, and
especially people in academia.
Yes, and I agree with Wes on that point initially, right? It was like, oh, it's like weird word policing. And I did feel sometimes like you were like on my ass about it.
But it's because I want you to be powerful and actually enact change.
But you were right. And that's the thing. You are and were right, is that you need to be precise in language. It is not racism. It is racism, but but racism has its own loading on it. We need to be very clear that this is not just racism, it's anti-whiteism.
Right.
It is specifically, intrinsically, without question, anti-white.
That is epic. Let's give it up. Let's give it up for Yizz, the Unifier, for Aiden Paladin as well. And anybody else that you want to celebrate for stepping up, taking on the tools. I mean, you even heard Aiden said to Yizz, I feel like you were on my ass a little bit, but Yizz was always doing it in love. Yizz is like, I want you to be the most powerful person you can be in these conversations. And since she was coming from that place, instead of just being like critical of Aiden, since she was coming from that place of, I want you to be better. And then it's, like a gentle encouragement every time it comes up, instead of like this harsh criticism, gentle encouragement every time it comes up. She was able to take it. She didn't have to feel like she was defeated. You just put the tools out there, and even people who are reluctant, folks who are intractable, they will end up adopting it because, number one, as Aiden points out there, it is what it is. That is what it is. And number two, as a consequence probably of seeing that it is what it is, realizing the power that you can wield when you call things by their proper name. We're going to be taking calls in a moment, but I want you all to think about that in all the lore of different types of magic in the world. They often would say, you've got to know a thing's real name, and then you can control it. Yes. So you can honestly feel like you are using magic. It is magic. It is magic, dark magic, that did this to the West. No conquering army, a spell of evil placed on us. A spell that had its seed in us. Of course, we would have the seed for our own destruction inside of us. Why would you come to the conclusion that some external force had the ability to defeat us? We're too great for that. We were beat because that is inside of us. We've been beaten by ourselves. White race always seeking to conquer that which attempted to conquer it. Well, here we are today. And we have the magic, the white magic, that pushes back the darkness. And we got one of those great wizards, one of those great sorcerers, one of those great magicians, demigods himself. Biospirit of the West is going to be our first caller today. Let me pull it up. And then we have White Baron is next. Biospirit, if you are ready, the call is going to come right now.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, I am, brother. How are you doing? Promethean hails, and what's on your mind?
Oh, well, thank you for calling. I just sat down, so I am relaxing for the first time today.
All right.
I've been house cleaning with no white guilt.
Ah,
So-
very cool.
my monthly chore. So I wanted to call in today because it came to my attention several weeks ago that someone actually even on our admin team had no idea that I am the new leader of the outreach team.
Okay.
And so I figured if somebody on the admin team didn't know, that probably a lot of other folks out there didn't know.
Right.
And our group is reaching out to everybody in the outreach team currently. So myself and Baron White are contacting each person in the outreach team and asking them a series of questions so that we can better serve our volunteers. And we would like them to know that we are actually the people that should be calling them and addressing them, and that we're not some strange people just addressing them out of the blue.
Right.
So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And then another person that I wanted to do a highlight of, you highlighted a lot of champions at the beginning of the show today, Jason. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
There's one person in the outreach team that I would like to give special mention to, and that is one of Western kind.
Ah.
And that is one of our brothers. I believe he's in Ireland, and he was one of the people on the outreach team who got a blue check mark, and it has just really taken off with their Twitter. Outstanding tweets, really reaching thousands of people every day. And so that was the one person I wanted to give a highlight to. And another thing I wanted to mention that we've started is a homepage for the White Wellbeing Outreach Team. And that's on Twitter. It is the White Wellbeing Outreach Team at WWB Outreach Team. And that's a spot on Twitter for us to highlight folks in the outreach team who are having successes and using the method correctly and using the lexicon and reaching our brothers and sisters out there, so that people can go to that homepage, and everything that's going to be in the feed there is going to be go free. And let's see, what else do I want to mention? My account on Twitter is Biospirit of the West, at Biospirit West. You can direct message me there. And if you want to contact us by email, if there are any people who still use email, it is White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. Anybody who would like to be on the outreach team, please let me know. And that's it in a nutshell, unless there's something that you would like to ask Jason.
Yeah. I guess, would you be able to come on a roll in, not this coming week, but the week after, and for like a half hour or an hour rather, and talk about what the work you're doing there and what y'all might need and who you're looking to, the kind of person you're looking to participate, to maybe kind of create a clearer picture of what people would be getting into and what the expectations would be?
Absolutely. That would be great.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Well, I'm really glad that you mentioned One of Western Kind. Let's get some raucous emojis in there and celebrate One of Western Kind. 07s for the great work that this champ is doing, showing up. And thank you so much for letting me know about One of Western Kind really knocking it out of the park. Sloth says in the live chat that you thanking me for celebrating others moved him. That's wonderful. He's got a great heart. We got good people here. I really appreciate it. Biospirit, you're doing such fantastic work. I can't say enough good about you. You keep stepping up to the plate. You got people, they come and go. You got some people have tantrums. It's a hard transition for a lot of folks who, they go from being a recreator and, in a lot of these other spheres, just being a recreator and then, or playing the villain, and maybe they're passing out villainy type style leaflets. And then you got to transition these folks. And that's not always an easy thing. And I know that we've had some folks in leadership roles that have done it for a while and then stepped away because of that challenge. So really appreciate you, brother. And wanted to say that. Get some raucous emojis for Biospirit of the West, who's doing such a great job. Thank you for taking, good sir, the reins on this. I have no doubt that the outreach team is going to reach new heights. We're not going to go to just like the Milky Way. No, we're going to Andromeda, that galaxy. It's going to be supernovic. And I love it. Thank you so much for being the person you are and for being motivated by love to recapture our destiny across the West before it's too late, before every day is like the past few days in France. Did you have any final thoughts that you wanted to add before we let you go tonight, though? Because we got actually plenty of time, and we got one more call.
Yeah, I just want to say we're going free in 23, and I'll talk to you next time, Jason.
All right,
Alrighty.
brother. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
Thanks for everything you do. Promethean Hails.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. When you meet good people, when you come across good people, and everybody's a volunteer. Everybody's volunteering to this effort of love. There's no optics here. This is who we are. We work extra hard to make sure what we're actually doing, what we actually think makes it through. And that's how it makes it through the fog. That's how we have folks from all over the place who are able to come over in live chats, in the threads, sending me messages, and they're able to say, you know what? I've had so many, I can't even tell you. I really should start sharing these too. These good folks, various backgrounds, they write, and it's not the same kind of messages that people in the white content creators in the white sympathetic sphere have seen in the past, where it's some sort of this, like it's, my group is an army and your group is an army, and I would like your army to do well too. No, that's childish. We don't govern nation states. We don't run armies. We don't even run grocery stores. What a joke. We only are in charge of ourselves. And it is much more rewarding to have somebody, even a white person who can't or doesn't want to participate for any number of reasons, still too afraid, still too cowardly, or whatever it is, to have them show up and as a person to person say on that emotional level that, my gosh, what's being done to white people is heinous. And what's being done to all of us in the name of retributive justice against white people is heinous. And all of this mealy-mouthed about abstractions and all this stuff is revolting. It's a disgrace, and it does a disservice to to real victimization. People should be standing up. I get these comments all the time. I get these people writing in all the time. And so you know then that when you're in your workplace or when you're wherever you are, that people will be able to receive this. And they'll be able to participate in it. And I also want to make clear, by the way, to be fair to Fuentes himself, the actual person, not just the persona, that he is not his dickless or micro-dicked followers who attack. He's doing his thing, and I just want to be fair. He's doing his thing. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm critical of the recent position of they just have to all be rounded up. Okay, I'm critical of that. But he's doing his thing, and I thought he was serving a good purpose before, or back in the day, before Patriot Day. After Patriots Day, it went seriously awry. And then it went really awry when he hooked his wagon, if you will, to Kanye West, which I understand he has unhooked his wagon from Kanye West exactly as I predicted. So it's not when his little mindless followers, I don't want like somebody to go to him or to somebody else and some ne'er-do-well and claim that they are a supporter of mine and start slandering him and have him then slander me for somebody I don't know. So I'm not, those insults were for those people. They obviously have micro penises. We're going to Baron White on next. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying as well. We have until the bottom of the hour for calls. So if you would like to call in, if you would like to call and let me know, I will call you on Skype. Add me. I am Jason Kuna, Jason K, umlaut O, but just type O. It'll find it, I'm sure. HNE, no white guilt. No white guilt. I'm looking right at my name. It should work on Skype. It should work perfectly. Add me, and then I call you. And Winged Productions, let me know what to do. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to send you? You want me to buy you the ebook and then email you the link? You want me to buy you the audiobook and email you the link? Do you want me to send the money order back? Whatever you want to do. The whole thing about the copies of the originals in digital form effectively constitutes a sale, can be argued to constitute a sale of my rights over my intellectual work. So I'm sorry about that now, ahead of time. Big thank you to the great Slots, who was in here like immediately as soon as I started talking. I don't know how. As soon as I started talking, he's like, there's no sound. And I look over, the majority of the talking you saw was me saying like, why isn't my sound working? And that's thanks to Slots. Let me turn around here and see if we have anything, and then I'll be calling you, the one and only Baron White. Mr. V will be back. Have no fear. As he is a regular caller, and we love to hear his insights. The great Thunder from down under, Lunda, is with us. That's got to be the coolest name in Australia. God bless you, brother. Franklin says, Fuentes should do the right thing and endorse Go Free. I agree. I wish he would go back to what he was doing before Patriots Day. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think he would have a bigger audience. I think he'd have a healthier audience. I think a lot of these people are not healthy folks. In fact, I know it. I think he would have a healthier, more normal audience. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. He's made himself a millionaire doing that, and he's got all lights and attention on him. So more power to him. Salty Cracker, more power to him. He's got even more people and more lights. Not as much money, but on him. There are female content creators out there with even infinitely more, it seems. My gosh. Linda's here. Great to see you, sister. Let me swivel this around just for a moment. I don't know how bad it sounds. Away. Okay. Let's see if anybody slots. Moose in chat just said he got promoted at work after coming to Go Free. Seriously? Who's that? Moose? Did you really? We have that happening. Slots 3 times. And we have others. We have a guy, I better not say, in a establishment part of the world who came out using the lexicon, using the dialectics, and focusing on himself, improving himself, immediately promoted at work. That just happened. So this happens. Moose, it really happened to you? Oh, here's Moose said right here. True, I came over here and got promoted at work and then started writing on Substack. Jason really does motivate people. That is so awesome. I love it. It makes me feel just fantastic to know that you've improved your situation. You got more money coming in. You're going to have a better base. And then you immediately start writing a Substack and start. You can't ask for more. I mean, those are the deeds of the heroes of the modern West. That is how it's done. That is this is where you strive for that glory. There's no like, get out of your head the concepts of being on the battlefield with a sword and a shield, and that's where there's not going to be any of that. This is it. This is where glory is made forever and ever. Man, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. We need to share that. That doesn't happen anywhere else. And talking about Fuentes, he even later, after telling everybody, you got to say it's the Jays. You got to say it's Jays. Then remember, we showed you the clip where he's saying, you say it's Jays, your whole life's ruined. Everybody knows that. You go to work and you start telling people how low IQ other races are after listening and reading Jared Taylor. What's going to happen to you? How good does that make you feel? How motivated does that make you feel? Man, we have needed this since our great-grandpappies. Thank you, Moose. And thank you, Sloths. I wouldn't have seen that. Hey, there's Dude Bro Moments celebrating others. That's how glorious he is. We love you, brother. Lavish is here. Great to see you, sister. And this is how it's really done. This is seriously. Volunteers coming together. Azimuth Clark is there. Improving their lives, improving the lives of others. Crystal is here. Great to see you, sister. I mean, you have to think, like I said, there's Vincent. Great to see you, brother. You have to think, honestly here, just for a moment. I'm going to call. We got him already pulled up. Baron White. It couldn't. The reclamation of our destiny could not look, just using logic and reason, it could not look the way that things have looked in the past because all of that's already been beaten. And you're dealing with an environment that is infinitely worse. An environment that's infinitely hobbled and crippled by anti-whiteism. It just couldn't. We need somehow, like all of those good people, all those good young men at Scyldings that were coming up and they're like, oh my God, it's actually no white guild is here. You changed my life. You enabled me to get through school. You made things smooth in my marriage. Oh my God. We need those people to stop being recreators and come over and start making it happen. We need those people to stop being idolaters and just worshiping content creators who can be snarky the way they wish they could be snarky and who can say irreverent things the way they wish they could say irreverent things, and who had the education that they wish they had, and who had the sophistication or the pinky in the air that they wish they had. We need people to come away from that recreation. Man, fantastic. All right. Oh, Winged Productions. Let's get it out. Let's get out the 07s now. He's saying $100 financial gift, ladies and gentlemen. He's just cleared it up right now. He's gifting 100 Winged Productions, $100 to White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. A big salute to you. Thank you so very much. Raucous emojis for Winged 100 White Wellbeing dollars. He says he's happy with the paperback. I'll put a nice signature in that for you. Might even be worth something one of these days when I'm long dead and gone or whatever happens. I don't know. But a paperback, and I will buy you the audiobook. You just give me you give me where to send it. Is it in here? I will send you the audiobook, brother. Available on multiple platforms. It's yours. God bless you. What is First Last? First Last says, no way to selling your digital copies. Save your digitals for Kate. I will. That's funny. All right, epic. Let me call. Man, drop some crowns on him. Drop some crowns. We asked him, what do we do, Winged Productions? What do we do? We don't know what to do. And he said, let me have the book. I'll take the audio book, and the rest is the donation. 100 White Wellbeing dollars. Love it, man. Thank you so much. Vase of Flowers is here. Great to see you. Here goes the call to Baron White.
G'day. Hello, brother.
Promethean hails to you, good sir. And what's on your mind? Great to hear from you.
Yeah, good. Well, I've got a couple of things I'd like to talk about.
All right.
Well, so one thing that I'd like to share that I've actually gotten a lot out of the Go Free method I'm using is it can be applied to other areas of your life too, like the dialectics side of Go Free. So one aspect is, so since I'm an athlete and I'm training rigorously in my fitness and everything, because I'm a runner and everything,
cool.
I'm constantly challenged all the time by other people offering me alcohol, drugs, all these nasty substances and junk food too. And so initially people would say, oh, I'm on a diet. So, that's their way of deflecting it. But people who say they're on a diet typically want to change something that they're unhappy about themselves. And usually people who are on a diet are fat, overweight, all those nasty things, right?
Right.
So instead, what I've been doing is I'm going, no, sorry, I'm an athlete. So I'm uplifting myself. And then when people want to make fun of me, they go, oh, yeah, you can't have this junk food because you're an athlete. And on my head, I'm like saying, yeah, I am.
Yeah.
That's right. Because it's the same how the anti-whites work. They call themselves woke, and they go, oh, you don't support this because you're woke. And they're like, of course, yeah, and you're asleep, idiot. So it's a really powerful way that I found that Go Free can be used. It's those dialectics, those that other layer of Go Free that you can use. Also, another thing that I wanted to share too, quickly, is what I've been realizing too with Go Free too, as I've been going free, is I've been understanding a bit more of our purpose at this point in time. I'm believing our purpose of Go Free at this early stage is our duty is to set down the foundations for our people to survive on.
Yeah.
That is our role, because like you're saying, it's the situation that we're in is getting dire and dire as the days go by, and it's just going to get harder and harder for us to amount to anything. So while we still have the time now, it's crucial to set those foundations by getting those words out, so then later on our descendants will have something to use, something to grasp when they are in dire, much difficult situations that we are in today. We are like George Washington and all that, and the fight and everything to establish the civilization, the country of freedom for then the descendants to live upon. That's our role, to my understanding, thus far in it. So that's one. And then another is I want to ask you some for life advice.
Yeah.
Specifically for like a young Westman just going into the real world and everything, and you have to deal with anti-whiteism and everything like that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, if you can give some life advice to a young Westman, you just finished school and you have all these opportunities in the world, right? But at the same time, you're entering into a world that is very hostile to you. What is some life advice that you think would have carried and helped your younger self get through it?
That's a great question, and you put it a great way. Like, looking back, what would I have done differently? I guess, given the anti-white environment that we're in, I would say whatever field you want to work in, and just kind of starting from there, find trade groups, find different associations of people who are in that field, and even tangential fields to meet up with and to rub elbows with. And the reason why is because you're not going the old Western idea of be the best, work your ass off, perform better than others, stay late, be smart, doesn't pay off for us. And it can be not at all, but more of the time than you would like. And so actually just being the best, you can't rely on that. Winning awards at work, and you can't rely on that. You've got to make friends that can help to lift you up through the system, help you lift you up through your career, and be prepared to move laterally when you want to move upward. So in other words, you get into a field to work. I mean, let's just say, we'll do two examples, construction and accounting or banking. In your particular environment where you're working, you're going to have individuals who, if you really are kicking ass and taking names, doing great at the job, paying your dues, that are going to stymie you, that are going to get in the way, that are going to be problematic. Some of these individuals are going to do it out of jealousy because the white race is so selfishly individualistic. Most of them are going to do it out of anti-whiteism, either because they're anti-white themselves to a various degree, or because they're villainy signaling and they're worried about being seen as something other than anti-white, not anti-white enough. And you're a white male and you're doing great, lifting you up is a great way for them to look like they're not anti-white enough. So while you strive to perform in your field, at your job, doing the best you can, you're not sacrificing your life. Your job, by the way, is to create that foundation. It has its place. You need to compartmentalize these things. Here's my job. I do that to succeed, to bring in the money, to be able to build my base. While you're doing that, if you can find friend groups, peer groups, trade groups, other groups associated with your field of work or tangential fields, you'll find that your successes in your current job, and maybe particularly that is a little different. Maybe say you're in banking and you're doing one thing, but you're friends with a group of people who do something else in banking. You'll have more opportunities to move laterally upward often than you will to move upward through the ranks in your company. And be aware, be prepared emotionally for what you know is coming, which is there's going to be these roadblocks that are unfair to the ends of time because you're a white male. And the entire time, they're going to be wanting you to play the role of believing that everything's been dominated by white males and you have to bend over backward for all of these other people, etc. You have to, your life has to suck for them. Just get ready. That's going to happen. It's totally unfair. People are going to say it to you. It's going to be unspoken, but intimated. So be ready for it. And if you hit that wall somewhere, current employer, and they're like, hey, well, Baron White, you really deserved the job. In so many words, that you really deserve the promotion and that pay increase. But, whatever his non-white name is or her non-white name is, they have had millennia of hardship, and the person's like 22 or whatever, but you know what I mean? Millennia of hardship. Just be like, all right, I know where I am here. It's not going to go anywhere. I know I'm stymied. So be ready to make the decision to go. Don't leave and then look for someplace else. But don't find yourself so committed to some environment that you're going to suffer and then use that as a crutch. That, they're always going to slander me. They're always going to make it hard. They're always going to stymie me. Be ready to say, okay, I know this is the bulwark that I expected to see. I'm not going to get flustered. I'm going to go look for other opportunities while I'm kicking ass here. And when I find that other opportunity, I'm going to be so happy to tell these people that 2 weeks and you can get bent. I'm going to move on. That is what I wish I knew early on. I was saddled with the notion that from going back time immemorial of just be the best and they can't resist you. Well, they sure as hell can. They will sacrifice profits. They will sacrifice success. They will sacrifice everything for anti-whiteism. So I hope that helps, brother.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because that's what I've been noticing a lot. Like the people who get ahead in life have connections, and like when they're Westmen too, and they have all those structure, or anti-whiteism that is suppressing them from mastering the field that they pursue. It's always the connections that bypass it and get over it because they know that dude or they know X, Y, and Z, and then they know someone in this field, and then they give them the promotion that way because they know it'll help them in their selfish little individualism there. Yeah, I understand. It's like not putting all your eggs in one basket and then going and then just letting the anti-whites be able to just take that one basket from you and go, oh, look, you got nothing more. Yep. So the aim is why it matters right now, you put the eggs in other baskets along the way too. So then when they take that basket, you're like, oh, well, I'll just start putting eggs in that other basket that I've established.
Yes.
And then they take that one. Well, I got another one, and I've already been building up another couple baskets too along the way. And then you just keep leveling up like that too. Yeah, I love that because for you, you are my role model. And I know that since you're a healthy Westman who's experienced a lot, I know the advice from you is worth it because, look, the reason why I want to hear it from you is because you're my role model and everything like that. And, you know, if I go and ask other Westmen, you know, MPs affect your perception of the world. So it's going to be mediocre. They won't take in anti-whiteism as something that can inhibit you because, well, they live inside the anti-white narrative, and they just think that, oh, everyone's on a fair playing field and everything like that. So yeah, definitely that. Also, another thing too, my sister. So she really enjoyed Crucible, and she's asking when the sequel's coming out.
A sequel to, well, that's awesome that she enjoyed it. A sequel. I haven't thought about a sequel yet. I'm doing the audiobook for It's a Comedy, Damn It, and then working on the 3rd edition of Go Free. But maybe I'll, I mean, what would it be? Would it be like my time in high school or something, I guess? I don't know. Or later in life? We'll see.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, like, so that was middle school, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, in America and everything. I mean, like, do you have much tales, like, in high school too, that were like that, or?
Well, not with that great that great arc, because in high school, I mean, there was a lot of contests of intellect arguing, and lots of it, but it didn't have that great arc of going from where I was innocent and ignorant to asking questions, to being claimed that I was evil, and that I wanted to create, a Fourth Reich or something, and then physically fight. So it didn't have quite that narrative arc. But I don't know, maybe some of the tales of in like these different organizations and helping out different groups and the contests that I've had there, revealing, and naming names, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, because I reckon because that's the most, we live the most interesting life, to be honest. Like White will be, because we are the ones who are changing the world for the better. We have the purpose. Our purpose is higher than anyone else, because the majority of people, like my friends and everything like that, like compared to me going free, their goals are more like, oh, I want to, it's very materialistic and everything like that. Or if it is, or it's individualistic. But for me, my purpose is I'm starting to realize a bit more now with my talent. Like all Westmen, we all have our own genetically strengths and weaknesses, right? Like all individually we do.
60 seconds, brother. 60 seconds.
Oh, yeah. So it's about finding a purpose and how you can elevate your people. But that's really that on that. So thank you for letting me call in again, and nice talking to you.
We'll have you back, brother. Promethean hails to you.
Yeah, Promethean hails. See ya.
Bye-bye. Totally awesome, folks. Coming up to the very end here, and boy, Baron White, what a champion. And I could see him here. It's a handsome young man. What he's talking about there, having the journey be the destination. That's going to serve him well throughout his life. Having that mission in life, that he is someone that is on a glorious trek, that all the rest of that is in service to that. He's pinning his name into our book as one of our heroes. That is going to enable him to go much farther than everybody else who just gets stymied and run down, and they don't understand the world. Understanding anti-whiteism makes all the difference in the world, because it's the world we have to live in. He will live gloriously. I can tell. I guarantee you that. The question is, will you? I love you all. Let's go free.